All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06 for Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimin, Jakub Krasniqi.
First, I have a short oral order on the list of upcoming witnesses whom the SPO intends to call to testify. The panel reminds the SPO of the obligation under paragraph 73 of the Order on Conduct of Proceedings with respect to the notification of the witnesses the SPO intends to call in the ensuing 3-month period. In light of this, the panel orders the SPO to file a list of the witnesses it intends to call to testify in the period January to March 2024 by no later than Thursday, 14 December 2023. This concludes the panel's order. Next, in relation to the issue raised by the Veseli defense of potential self-incrimination by W04765, the panel wishes to clarify the following. The panel recalls that during the SPO interviews and the SPO preparation session, the witness was warned by the SPO that he is considered a suspect. During these interviews and preparation sessions, he was also informed of his rights as a suspect, and in particular of his right to have a lawyer present, a right which he has waived. This is reflected in the interview transcripts and preparation note. The panel considers that the SPO has acted in line with the procedure prescribed by the rules and the order of the conduct of proceedings, in particular paragraph 97, small v, and that there is no obligation for the SPO to reiterate the rights and warnings at this stage or to provide any further warnings than the ones already given. Therefore, there is no need to address this matter any further. The panel also wishes to make two things very clear. First, counsel for the accused are competent to represent the interests of their clients and no one else in these proceedings. The responsibility to protect the interests and rights of the witnesses is the responsibility of this panel, not that of counsel. Where party wishes to raise an issue pertaining to the rights or status of a witness, it shall give prior notice in timely fashion and in writing, both to the opposing party and to the panel of its intention to raise such an issue and provide adequate details of the matter it wishes to raise. Where such an issue could impact the evidence of the witness or his or her readiness to testify freely, the party concerned shall ask to address the panel in the absence of the witness and where necessary in private session. So, Madam Court Usher, you may call. Madam Court Officer, do you need to make any further correction on or statement concerning the documents that were submitted by Mr. Kehoe?
Your Honors, I could assign them numbers if they are.
Go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Your Honor, sir, I can confirm we don't object. I
Yeah.
think you were waiting for that.
Thank you. That was conveyed to us by the court officer already.
Yeah, so Your Honors, the documents were signed initially exhibit numbers 1D63 and 1D64. And Mr. Kehoe identified that there was public redacted versions for those items, and if I can just read the numbers, the redacted version for 108.987 to 108.990 will be assigned 1D63.1, and 116768 to 116787 will be assigned 1D64.1. So, and they will be classified as public.
So now let us continue with the testimony of W04765. All the accused are present in court today. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Good morning to all.
Thank you for being with us again today. Today we will continue with the cross-examination by the defense. Mr. Emerson will still be asking questions at this point, and then he will be followed by the other lawyers. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand, and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and delay a little bit, 5 seconds or so, before answering a question so you and the counsel are not overlapping each other. And speak at a slow pace so that the interpreters can catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, just let us know and we'll try to accommodate you as soon as possible. Mr. Emerson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Vasili has asked me to make it very clear publicly that he has not and does not make any allegation at all against this witness arising out of the matter that was touched upon
Thank you.
yesterday. And having reviewed my notes, I have no further questions at this stage.
Mr. Kehoe. Two hours. As best as you can.
Yes, Your Honor, I got that message loud and clear last night.
Do your best.
Yes,
You
sir.
know we're generous if you need some extra time at the end.
I believe I will have, we've worked together to try
Thank
to
you.
expedite
Thank
matters. Good morning, witness. My name is
Good morning.
Gregory Kehoe,
Good morning.
sir. Just to reiterate, one of the things that Judge Smith just said to you, if you don't understand one of my questions, just ask me to rephrase it, or it may have been a board question, may have been incomprehensible even, but please, I will do the best I can to rephrase it. The one thing I think happens during the course of this is I don't mean to interrupt any question, any answer that you give. If I do so, I apologize ahead of time, but please let me know. Please let me know that I've interrupted you. And again, with apologies, and because we want to have everything that you have to say, sir. Okay? Yes, sir, I of course have read your book.
I understand you. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to cover everything that was covered yesterday, and I'm certainly not going to cover everything that was in your interview. But I did read your book with interest. As an excellent recitation of what happened, and I'd just like to clarify some of the issues that came up in that book, if I can, and some other issues concerning exhibits that have been tendered of you. And I'd like to start out with some of the difficulties that you had. You talked about coming to Budakova in June of '98 in your questions with Mr. Emerson and with the prosecutor. But I thought you outlined some of the difficulties quite well in your book, and if we could bring that up, SPOE 00209392, and it starts on page 71. And I think it's the same in the Albanian. Should be the beginning of chapter 5. There we go. Now, at the outset, you've told the SBO and that this, of course, was a volunteer army and made up of local villages. But you comment here in this paragraph, you note, and I'm not going to read all of it because it speaks for itself quite well. But it says that the war developed, the situations changed very frequently, as well as carrying the burden of the war. The KLA had to undergo continually mobilization, internal organization, and restructuring, since it was neither well organized nor armed as required. There was a lack of liaison, it had no experience in tactical surveillance, and lacked the strong support of political party plan. It probably didn't have any experience in operational and strategic supervision surveillance as well. But I know you dealt on the tactical level at Budakova. But you were, the rest of it, speaks for itself. But you were having a difficult time with lack of resources, lack of organization, lack of structure, and lack of any political party to set forth the agenda for the army, and you folks had to do it for yourself. Isn't that right?
Yes, Counsel. It is true. As I've explained in my book, the beginning was very hard. The experience was very little and difficulties great, very great.
I guess you also told us that, there were no brigades and that battalions were autonomous, right?
These were the first unit. Initially, they came up as groups of soldiers. Then they developed into low-level structures like units, squads, and then companies and battalions.
Developing by people like you on the ground level trying to organize this, right?
I may not say that I was the only one. There were others around me, but you are right, the way you are putting it to me.
I didn't say you were the only one because that would have been a Herculean task, but you were one of them that was trying to do this, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You were having some difficulties in leadership. People were coming and going, and there were some problems with other leaders such as Blurum Kuchi, right?
That's correct. As Jakub Krasniqi has written in his book, there was a disorganization from the 22nd of August, when the great enemy offensive was launched. People started to desert from the KLA, but I would never say out of fear, but because of their mission, like the desertion of Tairzema, laying down weapons, the command of Suareka Brigade also dissolved, as you well know.
And you, in fact, write about all of this in your book, and actually several locations. If we can turn to the next page, and you talk about the attacks on you and others beginning on the 22nd of August, and the attacks in the Postrick Zone and the attacks in Dukajin. If you can just take a look at it, you note in there on that page that you say the forces of occupation went to a general offensive 22, 23, 25 August, and were in fact able to knock out many KLA units. That's accurate, right? I'm just reading what you have here in your book. And several lines down, you say Ramush Haradinai remained with several soldiers. So this was a very difficult time for the KLA while they were trying to get organized when they were under attack by the Serb military and paramilitary and police forces, right?
Correct, as you are putting it, Counsel.
Turn to these attacks by the Serb forces escalated going into September in your area and other areas, but certainly where you were in Budakova, over September, causing significant damage to the KLA, did it not?
Yes. We waged 3 battles in September, one on the 22nd, the other on the 24th, when I was injured together with Zaimu Chaunawi's a hero, and the third on the 27th of September 98, which was the largest offensive. So we put up resistance for 12 hours on end. Then we withdrew to the second line and continued to reorganize and regroup the soldiers after those 3-4 days.
Just, we're not going to read the whole thing, just some, clarifications on some of the items that you just talked about on 27 September in Budakova and elsewhere, especially with the 123rd Brigade, your brigade. And if we could put up SPOE 00226697 is the front page. I believe it's the same in the Albanian, so the witness can see what document we're talking about. And what we're talking about here, witness, is a chronological report on the organizational, military, and combat life of the 2nd Battalion in Budakova. This is the report, and if we could go to the page 11 in the English, that's 226707. I think it should be the same in the Albanian. If it's not the same in the Albanian, witness, please let me know. It is.
It's okay.
You could go to the bottom of that page, because we're not going to read the whole thing, just in that last paragraph. And he's talking about you're talking about the Serb offensive of the 27th. And you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines down in the English. I'm not sure if it's the same in the Albanian. It said, we painfully experienced the defeat of our army positions and the penetration of the enemy forces into the territories we had defended for months on end.
Excuse me, Mr. Patches has the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just counsel is asserting facts, not an evidence. If he's going to ascribe this document to the witness, perhaps we should ask the witness first if it is his document or not.
I was going to read and ask him if it's accurate, because he's involved in this.
You may go ahead in that manner, but you do need to have him
Yes, sir.
adopted.
I mean, you're familiar with this document, are you not, witness?
Yes, yes. It is my writing from Budakov when I describe the situation as it was in reality. And you got it very well, Counsel.
It talks about the penetration of the enemy forces into the territories we had defended for months on end. We witnessed with our own eyes the barbaric, inhumane, unprecedented actions of the enemy, how they set fire to the houses, the livestock, and how they conducted various macabre actions against unarmed civilian population of children, women, and elderly. We can go to the next page. You talk about the first paragraph, the Vranic population being evacuated. And the next paragraph after that, it was 7 hours of shelling by the Serbs. And in the third paragraph, you note that the infantry troops were in large numbers, and we later on learned from the Serbian press that over 22,000 police and military troops had taken part, with over 300 motor vehicles, tanks, armored vehicles, trucks, Pinskauers, etc. Going down to the next paragraph, as they were penetrating towards Rakopech, the enemy was engaged in heavy fighting with our forces and forced to retreat twice before finally managing to go through. Following the evacuation of the hospital and the population, the Bushala platoon withdrew towards herdsman camps in Vranic. Is that all an accurate assessment of what was transpiring in and about the 27th of September in the Budakova area?
It is a realistic description of the situation during that large offensives, where civilian population were inflicted great casualties. 4 soldiers were killed and 14 injured in our ranks. We found people burned and massacred, livestock burned, houses burned down. It is exactly as it is described here, Council.
After this happens in August and September, you had battalion commanders such as Drini and Zafir Berisha and others who left, didn't they? They left Kosovo and went to Albania.
Yes, this happened on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th of September 98. Vrini battalion, which is quite far from Budakov battalion, waged a battle where 19 people were killed, 10 were wounded, and the command of that battalion, like Swareka command, were closer to the border of Albania, and they went to Albania. So Drini, Zafir Berisha, and 20 others went to Albania. Drini returned in December 98. Zafir sometime in February or March 99. So they broke away, that is, they left the war, and we call them deserters at the time. I suppose you understood me.
Quite well. So soldiers like you stayed, but many of these other commanders and members of the KLA left and deserted to Albania, didn't they?
Yes, Council. I am one of the few that never for an hour left the war area, and Recep Selim is here. He is one of those who never left the war area from the beginning to the end.
Through the fall of 1998, and by the way, I mean, this Serb offensive, in addition to creating problems for the KLA, created problems for the civilian population as well, didn't it?
Mostly it was a population for the civilian population, which was driven out of their homes that were burned. So we managed to put up them in tents and defend them at all costs, providing them with whatever we could and defending with our lives. and they were 15,000 in Lanisht, about 80,000 in Divyak, Kroimir in that area, 42,000 in Pagarusha Valley, 12,000 civilians in the mountains of Panots, 8,000 in the Manek Mountains, 5,000 in Kabash. So overall, there were 200,000 civilians that we had to keep to shelter in tents in forests.
Military matters, you had the responsibility, you and the remaining KLA members, to take care of the civilian population, right?
Nekad përgjegjësi
We assumed ourselves this responsibility because nobody told us. We were the ones that were heading this war, and we felt it our moral duty to defend the defenseless population.
Thank you. And let's just go back to the Postrik operational zone. And I think you told us that the first zone commander was Remzi Ademi, and he was killed the first day that he was appointed. And then you said that the next commander was Yus Yashari, and he didn't do much to organize things in Postrik, right?
këto janë emërtimet e
These were the way we called them before the emerging of zones. Remzi Ademi was appointed zone commander in August, and it was at that time that he was killed in an ambush. After him, Musa Shari was appointed to set up the zone. Maybe it's misinterpreted. Those who were, in a way, not appointed as commanders because zone did not exist, but they were charged with the duty of organizing the zone. So Musa Shari was unable to give a great contribution because he was far from Pastrik. So after Mus came Ekrem Reja, otherwise Trini, up to Tahir Sinani when he was appointed.
Let's just talk about that. So you said that Musa Yashari wasn't able to do much, and Drini was given the appointment beginning in January of 1999, and we have seen any number of internal, for lack of a better term, management issues with Drini's ability to command in the Postrik zone, didn't we?
ka qenë i tendencë këtyne oficerëve
There was a tendency of the Yugoslav army to take the KLA under their command, even though they came in later. So at that time, the brigades were not yet properly formed. They thought that by assuming the command from the center, they put the KLA under their control and would have their hands free to conclude some final agreement with the occupier.
Some of the issues with Drini's command were reflected in a prosecution exhibit that you looked at, which is P500, a statement of Halil Kualadraku and you of the 14th of March, 1999. If we could put that up. And I know you've seen this before, sir. What is this? This documents, some of the problems that you were having within the Postrik operational zone with Commander Drini and others. For instance, you talk about Drini has a desire to control everything, that there is no work plans, there's no corresponding regulations for politics and morale, no regulations for the intelligence service. Those are all ongoing problems, management problems within the Pashtric operational zone that you and Mr. Kadraku were concerned about, right?
Poštovani avokat, ne.
Yes, counsel. We saw a vacuum, things that were missing when it comes to the functionality regarding the chain of command within the zones, because the zones needed this chain of command between the brigade level and the lower units. Drini, being commander of the zone, did not report. We did not have briefings, and the directorates in the zone had no knowledge as to what was happening with the other brigade on the ground. Drini thought to have his own people there and at the general staff. He did not report, inform, or brief us at the zone level. So this letter describes the fact that there were dysfunctional relations within the brigades, within the zone.
You noted that there was, within the directorates in the zone, there wasn't any coordination, is that right? Under Drini?
Kabungukyo.
There wasn't. Maybe this was not entirely intentional, but also due to the inability to make this functional.
Military court for you and the people in the brigades and the zone to use to begin to enforce measures within the zone as well, right?
Ashtu është.
That's correct, counsel.
Now, the other issue on a singleness of command line and the chain of command, you raise a concern, and this is on the second page. And when I talk about singleness of command, I know you know what I'm talking about, witness, in the NATO sense of singleness of command. So in the second paragraph, we are talking about the issues concerning some type of dual chain of command as opposed to a singleness of command, i.e. that individuals were reporting to or taking orders from members of the government in exile, Mr. Bakai. You see that?
Po,
Yes, these were the problems as they're described here. I feel for you, because this needs to be dealt with in a more extensive manner and discussed in more detail. In this case, Süleyman Kolçaklı came to become zone commander, a former GNA officer, COS service initials, which in Albanian stands for counterintelligence service. We did not know he had held this position before, and when we came to Kosovo, he was appointed deputy commander of the zone and Drini zone commander. It suffices for Drini to have this connection with his deputy, who, using his satellite phones and his people he came with, 130 non-commissioned officers and soldiers, all these communicated directly with Khalil Bisay in exile. And the lack of coordination at the zone level in the Pashtric area created this dual chain, these factions, and therefore our right reaction at the time.
proofing note 1, paragraph, page 5, paragraph 15, and I'll get the exhibit number, Judge. That is 716. My apologies. P716 is proofing note 1. And in there, you note that, that these individuals that you were just discussing ignored the KLA structures and chain of command, and they didn't report to Drini, and they didn't report to G2. I'm sorry, we got a correction on that. It's 714, not 716. Apologies. So that these individuals ignored the KLA structures and the chain of command, and they didn't report to Drini or to G2, right?
They started to even eat aside from us because they had come with their own money given to them by the government in exile in Albania. So they started eating alone, justifying this, saying that, claiming that they were fasting, they would eat at night. They set up fences, barriers for Brigade 1, 2, 3 on both sides of the road so that no soldiers could go across without being checked. This was the first time we had to equip soldiers with the travel permit. I did this because for an armed soldier to not have a travel permit in a war area would be a huge obstacle for the war. This is how things happened. However, later on he deserted, left Kosovo, together with a Turk. I'm talking about Suleiman Kolçaku. I don't know how he ended up having with him a Turk. With him he couldn't even communicate. So there were thousands of Albanians he could have trusted, but he trusted instead a Turk person. He left to Albania or Germany, I don't know where he went to. However, he was seen at a specific location where he stopped to rest. He was seen by people counting a lot of money. He apparently had a considerable amount of money with him.
There is the appearance of a dual chain of command, and the person who is the deputy commander, Suleiman Kolçaku, he deserts and leaves in the middle of the winter of 1999 when the KLA is under siege by the Serb forces, right?
Ju lutem zoti.
Please, your counsel, it's Kolçaku, not Çadıraku. Çadıraku did not desert, did not leave. It was Suleiman Kolçaku. This is a public hearing, please be cautious.
Sakta, sikur.
Everything else is correct, as you stated them.
With my pronunciation, I encourage you to correct me. Please do, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Now, in addition to those problems, those command problems, there were also even problems with brigade commanders, such as Skender Hoxha, right? And let's put P650 on the screen. We'll go to the first page. I'm sorry, the next page.
Disa shkrime Cyrillic.
I see some Cyrillic writing, and it's uncomfortable to see this in the Slavic language. I'm sorry, you've received material from the hands of Serbia against the freedom fighters. I am hurt to see this in this court.
And witnesses, so you know, this was turned over to the SPO in some fashion and turned over to us. This is the document that I wanted to talk to you about Skender Hoxha. And Skender Hoxha, who was he was the what, 124th Brigade Commander, is that right?
Po.
Correct.
He's with him. If we go to the first paragraph, he was, in talking about him, we have in mind that since he came, he began to get involved more in finding women and sources of pleasure than a military officer should have, cars, money, etc. You see that, sir? Scroll down a bit in that paragraph, first paragraph, if we can, in the Albanian.
Tani nuk më kujtohen detaj.
Now I don't remember all the details. However, this has to do with the irregularities because he was surrounded by people, some of whom had been working with the Yugoslav Secret Service, like Nasim Mulabazi and others. And they took him from the position of the brigade in Reti to Kurushemada, where he spent most of the time at his aunts and his other people he knew there. So they constituted this group of soldiers in violation of the rules of the brigade and the zone command. And in this respect, we issued a remark, a warning that he was not be conducting himself as zone commander, but as a rogue element in a way. I should have said as a brigade commander, not as a zone commander. We should rectify this.
And this is the same Skender Hoxha where you said that a Jakob, and pardon my pronunciation here, Mahremi, had been detained and he was beaten by Hoxha's group, and it was based on a personal family dispute, that it's something, and there was some animosity in the family prior to the war, and the war gave Hoxha's group the opportunity to take this man and beat him. I know you found out about it down the line, but Hoxha was the person that allowed this person to be beat based on a personal revenge involving family matters, didn't he?
Parafërsisht është.
It's more or less correct. I'll need to correct, however, that there was no direct conflict between Skender Hoxha and Jakub Muharremi. But somebody close to Skender Hoxha was in trouble, had a dispute before the war with Jakub Muharremi, and took advantage of the situation to bring him in there and accuse him as a spy, as a collaborator of the Yugoslav Secret Service, and maltreated him.
It was all because of a family or some type of dispute before the war had taken place, right?
Po, kjo ka ndodhur.
Yes, this happened due to a dispute they had before the war. That's correct.
This well after that you didn't find out about at the time. That's right, isn't it?
Unë nuk e kom.
I didn't know this at the moment it happened. Tahir Sinani was informed about this, and he issued a warning to Skender Hoxha, reprimanding or reproaching him his behavior. This was done orally and not in writing. I learned about the case after the war from Jakub Muharremi, because we also are family related, extended family.
Thank you for that. Now, if we can go to the second page, there were problems with yet other individuals in the zone. One is Nasim Mulabazi, who Mr. Quadraco maintained didn't collaborate with him, and Recep Krasniqi, who was the chief of morale, chief of the sector for morale and information, And he didn't want to be that, he just wanted to be a military policeman.
Halil Chadraku kam
Halil Chadraku might have known them better because he's from the same area, Rahovets area. All these persons you mentioned, Nasim Mulabazi, Yakub Krasnichi, were from the same area. Recep was the brigade commander of at Brigade 124, where Skandar Hoxha was.
And you and Mr. Quadraco were calling for changes in these command, right? You wanted these people replaced.
jo, ne
No. We wanted to have a council of officers, superiors, who would conduct verifications before appointing people, so that this wouldn't be left to one single person to decide on appointing or dismissing people. We wanted to have a professional council who would decide on who was to be appointed.
And then, witness, and you know better than I, that in the second to last paragraph, you say, I, like Sadiq, well, it says I, this is Mr. Quadraco, like Sadiq Haliyaha, think that there need to be some changes in the command of the 124th Brigade. You can go to the bottom of the page on the Albanian and the English. Maybe it's on the next page in the Albanian. No, there it is. You wanted changes in that command, right?
po me siguri kemi pa tash
We certainly deemed it reasonable to that, given that rules were not being followed, we asked for a change. This was also an internal request from the Brigade 124, from Selim Gashi and people who had been part of this and part of the war from the very early hours of the conflict.
Your position and in Mr. Quadraco's position, Drini just wasn't the right person for the job to get the organization of the Postrak operational zone up and running the way it should be. Isn't that right?
Drini ka qenë
Drini was a capable officer. He was the only Albanian officer to have the title of military attaché in the Yugoslav army, trusted person in the Yugoslav army. However, Drini had his own shortcomings. He might have also had his intentions, which we ignored. We saw his weaknesses because while seeking to have trusted people around him, he distanced himself and disconnected himself from the structure and the organization of the zone.
Chronologically, you told us, both to the SPO and I think to Mr. Emerson, that Drini went off and took over the military academy, and the deputy commander, Suleiman Kochaku, if I've had that name correctly, he deserts. And there's nobody left to command the Postrak operational zone in the middle of a Serb offensive, and you step up and take over, right?
ashtu është zoti avokat.
That's correct, Counsel. Suleiman Kolchako leaving resulted in Drini's plan to fail. His plan was to make Suleiman Kolchako zone commander in the Postrak zone. So the fact that he fled cut Drini off from the network or the faction we mentioned before. Then he tried to position himself at a higher position so that he could still have an impact and influence on the Postrak operational zone. He was appointed at the General Staff as commander of the military academy.
And witness, just to direct our attention to you after the commander and the deputy commander are gone, you individually step up without anybody appointing you and take command of the Postrik operational zone until Tahir Sinani comes in, don't you?
Këtë përgjegjësi më dha
I was given this responsibility by the enemy because they were attacking us. They wouldn't ask if we had a commander or not. We had to resist.
Not challenging your decision, I'm just saying that you saw what the problem was and you took over yourself. And I'm not saying I'm saying that's the right thing to do, but you took over yourself.
është logjik ushtaror.
When commander is missing, it's a military reason, I would say, that his deputy assumes the command. I didn't take anything away from Drini. I was not the reason why he left. I respected him, and once I even tried to save his life. I crawled more than 200 meters to stop the car for him not to fall into an ambush or something. And I managed to stop. But it was precisely on that day that he was injured in his leg. But I tried. I tried to help him not to get hurt. I'm not talking on a personal level. I'm talking about the internal organization during the war, and this is a normal thing.
Just saying that you saw the zone with no commander, no deputy commander. There's nobody been appointed yet to take command, and you took it over by yourself and ran it until the commander could come in.
Po ashtu është.
Yes, that's correct.
I want to shift gears just a little bit, and I just want to talk about some of the issues that you referred to in your statement to the SPO previously and didn't necessarily come up during the direct examination across. So if you can just bear with me one moment. And I just want to talk to you about some of the information that you received, mainly not only when you were in Budakova, but also when you were the morale officer, that it is true that these village councils, oftentimes tried to give you lists of people who they were maintaining were collaborators, didn't they?
Po, ka ndodhur.
Yes, it happened that sometimes village councils presented us with names, with lists, to blame people for being collaborators of the Yugoslav Secret Service. I had an instance when such a list came from my own village, but I knew all these people who were on the list, and then I saw that the list was just untrue. It was because they wanted to take revenge of those people for sitting down with Serbs, eating with them and drinking with them, and presenting them as secret collaborators. And I tore that list. I said, go home. These people are not what you are trying to make them appear. None of them had suffered any consequences. None of them was detained, beat, or they were not spies. So I saw it very clearly that there were some tendencies from the civilians to take revenge on some people, alleging that they were collaborators of the secret services. You are right.
Good. In not only in your village and in Budakova, and when you were, the deputy commander, what it meant for a person to be called a collaborator. You understood how damaging that was to that person and his family.
Shumë drejt e
Yes, I did. And I acted correctly, because whatever damage would be inflicted on somebody whose name was put on the list, alleging that they were spies, collaborators, that would hurt his grandsons and other people in his family. They would be blemished as spies, and they would say his grandfather was sold out to the enemy. So I tried to make sure that nobody was damaged and inflict consequences for his future generations.
When you got this list from the villagers that you tore up, you had asked them, give me the proof upon which you based these allegations, didn't you?
Po thash në
Yes, I asked them where were you based on drafting such lists? They said, well, they have a shop. Someone had a shop, someone had a car, and they eat and drink with the Serbs, and they spy on the village. I said, who has suffered from their actions? They were unable to tell me anything to prove what they were claimed. So I said, you see, they are not to blame, and I drove them away. Yes. Correct.
Issues just briefly, and it may not seem to be clear chronologically, but bear with me. I'm trying to move through this as quickly as possible, witness, and so I'm just moving from topic to topic if I can. So if you can just bear with me patiently, I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. And you had talked a little bit about post-war Prizren, and you had, told the SPO at Part 3, page 32, 15, line 15, that the soldiers in Prizren weren't under control. Is that right?
e saktë është për të gjithë.
It's correct. For all of us, when we are in a time when there is a liberation, in this case, Liberation Day, and Prizren was a city with 180,000 inhabitants, so there were many irregularities. It's like a flood of rain or water. It is very difficult to keep people under control. At the same time, the Serb forces were still there. The German KFOR forces entered Prizren. So we were also there, KLA. So in this atmosphere, it was a motley of people, and it was so difficult to put the soldiers under control. Just taking into consideration that they also had arms, weapons. They wanted to go back to their homes to see the state of their homes when they found their family members missing, dead, or kidnapped. So in this situation, it was very difficult to impose discipline on the soldiers. We tried within a week or 10 days to keep the soldier in those areas where they were staying. And then later we started to disarm them.
Some KLA commanders like Commander Drini, who went to Prizren with no authority to do so, didn't he?
Drini was almost sheltered in Kabash in the 2nd Battalion at Luzim Kabashi, who was in his brother-in-law, their wives or sisters. When we wanted to to penetrate the city, the 2nd Battalion came from Kabash to Prizren. Having the experience of officer who had served in Bosnian JNA, Yugoslav Army, he began to present himself as a commander of the KLA, like General Drini. We didn't have any ranks. He didn't have the rank of general in the Yugoslav Army. He had the rank of a captain or major. So his appearance before the media and his ability to speak 4 or 5 foreign languages was not in compliance with the KLA rules. When we had to speak before the media only with the permission of Adem Demaci, and not as we liked, and refer to ourselves as we wanted. So it was an irregular act. Being the commander of the military academy, he presented himself as a zone commander, general commander. That was the case in Prizren when we entered the city. He asked me to join him there, to leave the soldiers to go wherever they wanted because the war was over. But I didn't agree with him. I said we have to systemize the soldier somewhere, to disarm them, to control them before they can leave. This is what happened.
Neither a zone commander or a military commander. He's only involved in the military academy, right?
Unë ju drejtova
I addressed the chief of staff, Agim Cheku, through my radio link, and I said, on whose orders is Drini acting in Prizren? I explained. He said, he is not acting on our orders. I said, do you know who has given him any orders? He said, no, nobody has. He's acting on his own.
Now, you mentioned that with the, I guess, the euphoria, there was violence in Prizren, and even in your village, there was some, say, tit for tat, some revenge violence, such as the civilians that came back burnt the church because the mosque had been burnt. I mean, those things happen, right?
sa them vërtetën,
To tell you the truth, there were a lot of anomalies, undesirable things. But the worst of all was when, during their withdrawal, the Serbs took 2 lorries of trucks with prisoners. And when we returned, when we went back home, not only the mosques, but the schools, the factories, the houses were burned down. What you said happened also with the church, or the churches. When the people returned and saw that their mosque was burned down, and 98% of the houses were also burned, they went to Greek, Serb minorities' houses and took their roofs from their houses and put them on their own houses. And in this situation, the churches were also torched. The churches were Albanian Orthodox churches. But the Serbian occupation turned them into Slav Orthodox churches. Had we still had those churches, we would be in a better relationship with Europe and among ourselves. But we were forcefully alienated, Council.
That witness, let me just turn my attention again a little bit more. I'd like to talk to you about President Thaçi. And I think you told the SPO, and this is at P707.1, if we could put this on the screen. This is 707.1, page 15, lines 11 to 20, and the Albanian, page 15, line 13 to 21. And the Albanian is line 13 to 21. There we go. And you were asked this question by the prosecution concerning President Thaçi. You mentioned that it was set up during the war. Do you remember exactly when? And you say, I think it was in July, sometime in July. By that time, by the end of July, I had a visit in my battalion by Hashim Thaçi. And what I noticed, he would keep notes about the situation in my battalion, the structures of my battalion, the way we organized ourselves, our positions, the trenches and bunkers. And it seemed to me that he didn't have the capacity that would have helped to organize the war. Now, that's a fact, is it not, witness that Hashim Thaçi was not a military person, no training, and you believe that he didn't have the capacity to help organize the KLA as a battle force, right?
Në radhë të parë unë
First of all, I think that he was appointed by Adende Machi, or I don't know who, as a director of the political directorate. Second, as you already said, he seemed more like a commissar than a military man who only tried, theoretically speaking, to see how war was going on, what we had, who we are. So his arrival in Budakova in July was more out of curiosity because of the two battles on the 3rd and 4th in July that we waged and won against the occupier and the swelling of the KLA ranks. He came and visited us in Budakova battalion.
Just to take you through Exhibit 1D50, and this is an exhibit that has been introduced, that is a political declaration that on August, if you can put that up. We don't have to talk about it for too long. And this is a document, sir, that just talks about the appointment of the General Staff makes known that Yakub Krasniqi, Javed Halidi, Bothel Malmuti, Hashim Thaçi, Fatan Mehmatai, and Sokol Bashoda are the political representatives of the KLA. And then later in November, I'm sure you're aware that he was made the chief of the political directorate. And if I can turn your attention back to your book and your comments about this, and if I can go back to SPOE 029, this is your book, sir. I'm going to change here. 931 to 428, and at page, it's P712. 9410. Now, you note, sir, that with regard to this political directorate that was formed, in the meantime, the political directorate was formed and organized at the headquarters, but this was small in numbers of people and also inexperienced. It did, however, play an important role in diplomatic contacts and develops, which later evolved both within Kosovo and Rambouillet. So at the time that Hashim Thaçi came into this role, it was your view, witness, that he was obviously young and extremely inexperienced. Isn't that correct?
është shumë e vërtetë.
Yes, it's true. We were all inexperienced because we were waging a war which was the first for us. But contacts with Gaidanov, Holbrooke, and all representatives who came to meet him were of a political nature, where President Thaçi was our representative.
To actually what you were doing on the ground, both as a brigade commander and as a deputy commander, the reports, if any, that were sent from the general staff, or to the extent that you got anything from the general staff, it didn't come from Hashim Thaçi, did it?
I think you mixed up my position. You made me deputy commander. I was deputy commander, zone commander. You mixed up my position in a way.
Commander,
Për hir të korrekt.
For the sake of the truth and to be correct.
Nuk vinin
Orders didn't come from Hashim Thaçi, but unfortunately not from others either. We expected to have a general staff which was functional, performed the duties at the highest level, but as a matter of fact, it was almost fictional. With very few people, I don't believe that Hashim Thaçi had more than 2 or 3 people around himself, being unable to perform his duties properly. No, however, we did not receive any orders from Hashim Thaçi.
by the way, I think you had told us, I thought, told the SPO that you had only met Hashim Thaçi 2 times. Is that right? Or 2 or 3 times, I think you said.
dy herë më duket.
I think 2 times, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 3 times. I may have forgotten. I may forget, but I don't hide anything. I tell the truth and the whole truth. And we have to be clear about that. KLA should appear as it really was. We met in Budakov for the first time, sometime in mid-July or maybe the end of July, the end of July, I think. Come on. And next time I met him, I think, I cannot be specific about the time. He may know better whether it was when he returned from Rambouillet. We met at the general staff. I went there to demand munitions. I saw him washing his face. He had just woken up and he asked me, "Why are you here?" And I said, "I need munitions because we are running out." "I can come with you today." I said, "Not today, but we expect a battle in 2 or 3 days, not today." That was all I had to do with him during the war. I have to say something else which you are not asking me about. I have not been able to meet him even after the war. It may sound strange. I wanted to meet him, but I was unable to meet him. He can explain why.
Do you know, sir, that from mid-March of 1998 until after Rambouillet, in mid-November of 1998, until after Rambouillet in March 1999, that President Thaçi was not even in Kosovo?
President Thaçi cannot describe his own path himself, I think. He has been moving to Albania, Macedonia, abroad, I don't know where, but he wasn't in Kosovo. He knows better where he has been. And it was not a good thing for us that he wasn't in Kosovo, us as zone commanders, because he didn't perform his duties properly. He may have done more important things, but we wanted him to be there with us, by our side.
But with the zone commanders and you as a deputy commander of the zone, you people in the zones, you were the ones that were fighting the war against the Serbs, weren't you?
We were obliged to resist and to protect the civilians, as I said. And we waged war. We have been engaged in tens and hundreds of battles, destroyed Yugoslav military machinery, tanks, armored cars. My battalion threw down on helicopter, Pinskowers, and so on. Not to mention tens and hundreds of such battles at the zone level. The war was waged. We had orders to engage in battles, to withdraw, to conduct operations, to set up ambushes, which were most successful.
You know that that President Thaçi was on a diplomatic mission in Rambouillet in February and March of 1999. You were aware of that, right?
Ne e dim, po është mirë që ta shet.
We know, but it's better that he explained it himself. Who sent him there?
But when this was, when President Thaçi and the other, you know, KLA leaders and other Kosovo Albanian leaders were in Rambouillet, there was in fact a military coup at the military level among the brigade commanders, replacing Azam Sula, who was at Rambouillet, with Suleiman Salimi. Isn't that right?
Po, ka qenë
Yes, this occurred sometime around the 9th of February, if I'm not mistaken. A meeting was held attended by Bislim Zurapi, Ekrem Reja, Commander Deni, Ramush Haradinaj, Remi, Suleiman Selimi, and Sokol Bashota. They were in the meeting and asked, not only asked, but decided, appointed Suleiman Selimi as general commander. Sokol Bashota left the meeting unsatisfied. When I said Remi, I meant Rustem Mustafa. I apologize, I didn't say the full name. In other words, during that meeting, Suleiman Selimi was appointed as a general commander. Suleiman Selimi never fulfilled the tasks he was entrusted with. We never received any orders from him, he never visited us, and he never cooperated with the zones. Perhaps in particular my zone, Pashturik, Nerodime zone, and Shala zone, Karadak zone, did not recognize him as a commander. Perhaps it's because of that. They recognized as commander the previous one, Azem Sula. This is how things stood at the time.
Authority or no command responsibility over any of these zone commanders when they were making a decision in this coup, did he?
ai nuk ishte as aty.
He was not even there, so he certainly didn't have such responsibilities. This was rather the duty of President Thaçi, and he knows better, was rather to conduct war policies. I don't think he was even capable to do that because he only had, I don't believe he had more than two or three people around him.
To your knowledge, was in the diplomatic area. Is that right?
Mas shumë ti
Mostly in that field, and he was successful in that.
You told us, and we will get to some of the post-Rambouillet miters, and I'm not going to cover everything that you discussed with Mr. Emerson yesterday concerning people not knowing their roles, and I believe yesterday you told us, this was at page 91, line 6, you're talking about the general staff. In order to explain how things kept moving, it would be a movie. We would need 30 organograms to have those movements, and that was the movements within the general staff, isn't that right?
ishin të shtabit të përgjithshëm dhe
They were from the general staff, and even the best movie director could not have recorded all those movements with Lycos, Divyak, Nishar, Albania, Macedonia. So their movements were both physical, but also in terms of changing positions.
I think you told the prosecutor, I'm not sure you did yesterday, that for 90% of the time, you folks in the field didn't even know where the general staff was, did you?
Ne imagjinonim që
We imagined somebody was on the general staff and that somebody should be there. The most important thing for us was the idea of the Liberation War. We knew that Adem Demaci was our person in charge of war policies, political representative. However, we did know about individuals, be that Krasniqi, Kadir Veseli, Hashim Thaçi. We didn't know them at the time because their movements were such, or perhaps they had their own tactics. I think I mentioned that these were good tactics to escape the enemy. However, it was not a desirable situation for us on the ground.
And you experienced that directly for the short period of time you went to the general staff working in J1, and you went to what was the general staff headquarters and nobody was there. Right? I know that's funny, but it's true, isn't it?
unë masi që shkoja Adem Grabo
When after Adem Grabotsi left, I was left alone, and with the exception of the guards and two technicians there was no one left. I felt as being isolated and separated from the war. And on the occasion of the Rajchak massacre, I took my soldier and went towards Budakova to organize the defense of the civilians, but mostly, which may appear weird to you, but defending the dead bodies of our civilians, because we didn't want the Serbs to take them away.
That quite well. In past experience, I understand exactly what you mean. But just going back to the general staff, you go because you're wounded up to the general staff in J1. The person that's in J1, Adem Grabotsi, tells you to do certain things and then he leaves. Right?
po kështu ka qenë.
That's correct.
Tuar në shtab përgjithshëm.
I was invited to the general staff mostly to take to rest and recover from my injuries and limit my movements on the ground. After I arrived there, Adem left. He did not tell me where did he go because he was head of J1. He didn't have to report me. For a month, I only sent a letter to the operative zones for them to organize and complete their structure. This is the only thing I did during that month.
Based on your experience, didn't meet for months at a time. 2 or 3 months went without anybody in the general staff meeting, didn't it?
Kjo natyrë e veprimit
This way of acting, not to call it an anarchy, made me create this organigram. And while I was at the head at the general staff, I was drawing sketches of this organigram in order for it to be functional in the future.
And if we can go to, and I'd like to go through sequentially the Postric operational zone, the organization at the brigade level, and then your general staff order of battle. If we could, go into 712, and this is page 9330. And I understand, witness, that you told my colleague, Mr. Emerson, that these charts were not how necessarily it was, but how it should have been. And that you noted that there is a direct line of command from Tahir Sinani down to you, to the departments, and then down to the operational zones. And I think you told us, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when Tahir Sinani was not there, the dotted line reflects that there is a command responsibility direct to you if he's not available. Is that right?
Ju tham të drejtën, zotja.
To tell the truth, Council, this organigram functioned perfectly at the zone level, which is different from the general staff level. When Tahir was absent, it was me in charge. When I wasn't there, the head of departments, G1, G2, G3, up to G6, who collectively commanded the zone. It is a fact, however, that I was never absent, not a minute, not a second, not a day. The relations and communications with the brigades were then regular. The brigades were regularly reporting at the zone level. During zone briefings, which were mandatory once a week, most of the time twice a week, and in many other cases every day. During these briefings, one would understand clearly the chain of command at the zone level, from the zone, brigade, company, and so on. So the organigram functioned at the zone level as it is here. In Tahir's absence, it was me in charge. He would be absent for 2 or 3 days or 4 days, no longer periods than that.
Issues at Tahir Sinani as the commander, if he was giving an order to the brigade commanders, he didn't necessarily have to go through you. He could order them directly, right?
Sigurisht ai
Certainly, he would call the brigade commanders and give direct orders. However, in most cases I was present, but I was not obliged to. When he authorized me, if he authorized me, I would have fulfilled his tasks or his duties. But for him to do so, he would have had to be absent.
Command over the brigades, but he also had command over the directorates. When you say departments or directorates, he had
po,
directorates. No directorate is in command of another directorate. Isn't that right?
departamentet
The zone departments, with their sections, should, and there was a link, a connection, for the logistics to function through the brigades, battalions, up down to the people, to the civilians, to supply them with food, clothes, weapon supplies, the logistical chain. The first department was the administration, which recorded the combat capabilities. The second department was G2, intelligence, counterintelligence. Third department was operational planning for battle plans, ambushes, command, etc. G4 was the logistics, which supplied the whole zone with food, clothes, weapons, etc. G5 were the civil military relations, relating, interacting with the civilian population. And G6 was the communication meaning radio devices, couriers, and other devices. These departments were connected to the brigade and the sub-levels within the brigade. So each department was connected to the brigade for its with its respective counterpart or sector. These existed.
Did they reported back to Tahir Sinani as well, right? And you also told us that G2 was reporting to Sinani.
Të gjitha këto departament
All these departments reported to the commander. And this was done usually during the briefings, in the morning or in the evenings, mostly in the evening because of the war circumstances. Usually the Serbian forces would withdraw in the evening hours because they hated fighting in the evening hours, in the night. So these G departments would report, all of them, to Tahir Sinani during these briefings.
These three over on the left-hand side, G1, G2, G3, I ask you about the command responsibility to Tahir Sinani because there's no arrow there. So I just asked that question, but you're saying that they did in fact report. So if we get down to the zones, I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
po në aspektin teknik,
From a technical perspective, it would be impossible to use those arrows like it's here and connect them with the zone commander. Because take a look at the arrows, how they're going vertically. If we mix them up, it would be just a confusion.
Paper's difficult. I understand completely. But just going down to the brigades, you know, the 126th you say didn't start till April, and 127 didn't exist, and it's also true of with Brigade 128. That didn't exist either, did it?
janë pak më specifike këto.
These three you just mentioned are more specific. 126 Brigade was functional as part of Haas area with soldiers from the beginning of the war. However, in order for it to be complete and a brigade, it was very hard because this was close to the border with Albania. It was constantly hit by the Serbian forces. Brigade 127 was planned to be formed and set up in Dragash, in Shar, as we call it. Shefkat Alimi was appointed commander and deputy commander Bedri Alimi. They never managed to extend that to the level of the brigade or the zone. It only developed up to the level of a company. That's why it's called a fictitious brigade and not a real one. Brigade 128, commanded by Rushdie Saramati. It first started operating, penetrating the border, controlling the border, carrying weapons from Albania and escorting people on both directions from and to Albania. Started up being active from the beginning of the war and was composed of 30 to 60 soldiers. Upon order from Azem Suda, and in my presence, when he made the call ordering Rushdie Saramati to complete the brigade, to recruit 1,000 soldiers and enter Kosovo. This happened sometime in April 1999. However, this brigade in reality entered Kosovo at the same time when the Operation Arrow was launched on the 24th of May 1999. This brigade was also completed with other sections that were separated in TF1, TF2, TF2, which were rapid intervention units, task forces, ready to intervene at the end of the war, but we didn't know the war was to end. So towards the end, this brigade consisted of 1,200 or 300 soldiers. We're talking about Brigade 128.
In the interest of time, I'm going to go to the next chart of P712, which is 9331. This is a order of battle at the brigade level. No, I don't have many questions for this witness. I just wanted to clarify again. We have the directorates S1, S2, S3, S4, S5, and X6. They are all reporting to the 123. This is just 123, I understand. They're all reporting to JISM Hazroli. Is that right?
Është shumë e vërtetë.
That's correct. They should have maintained a connection with the Gs in the zone, the directorates, and the S1, S2, S3, S4, S5 should have reported to G1, G2, G3, G4, G5. However, due to the geographical terrain, the situation, the context during the war, they only reported to their commander, Gzim Hazaroli. There might have been spontaneous reporting as well.
Battalions, if we could. We have 3 battalions. Let's just take the 1st battalion. And within them, you have 3 companies. Company 1, 2, and 3. And just so I understand it, in these battalions, with the companies under it, there's a straight line. You're not saying in here that the first company has authority over the second company, and the second company has authority over the third company, are you? That's not what this means, does it?
Jo, këto
No, these are connected within the battalion. The battalions are connected to the brigade. Usually, the military norms require 3 or more companies to constitute a battalion, 3 or more platoons to constitute a company, 3 or more units to constitute a platoon. So this doesn't mean that there were only 3 units or 3 companies or 3 platoons. For example, the Budakova battalion had 4 companies. Sometimes we had battalions the size of a brigade, but we still call them battalion, being modest. You want to inflate numbers or importance.
Every army wants to do that to some degree, sir. But just to clarify that, simply because they're connected by this line, they don't have, one company doesn't have command responsibility over the other company.
Përgjithësi horizontal.
There was no horizontal responsibility, and there could not have been one, because in the army the responsibility is vertical. And due to the geographical positions, when they were connected to the brigade in the center, not amongst them. However, the cooperation was entire. Call it in your language, there was full cooperation.
I'd like to turn our attention to the other chart. This is in 712, and that's SBOE 00209329. And I understand, sir, that you had told my colleague, Mr. Emerson, that this is, you would need 30 organograms to try to accurately portray this, and that this, you said on page 90, line 16, 17, that this is a reflection of how it should have been and how it should have functioned. And I just want to, chat with you a bit here. Obviously, you have, this is prior to Rambouillet. We have Sokol, Bishota, and Bislam Zarapi. And this is reflecting the time period when you, the 2-week period, I believe you said, when you were at J1, right?
This organogram needs to be further explained. I am planning on publishing this book again. We would need to explain here duties and assignments and tasks for every position indicated here. There are 2 organograms different from the generals regarding the general stuff. One at the beginning of the book and one at the end of the book. The one at the end of the book indicates that Azim Suda becomes general chief of staff. So we need to explain that there were changes within the organigram. However, these one cannot change the organigram to reflect all those changes that were numerous.
That you're trying to get this on one piece of paper to put in a book. I understand that, yes, you're saying that you're trying to make it as small as possible, but all of these instances under the chief of staff, those are all directorates similar to the directorates that you had at the operative zone level, right?
Parafrasisht
Proximity is the same ramification, the same purpose, and the same line. There were logistics at the level of staff, G2, J1, J3, J4. What's specific is that the level of the staff, there should have been more directorates, because if we take it from the political level, at the central level in the civilian life, the structure of the central level are bigger than at the local level. In the military field, the central structures should be, to be precise, should be bigger and more complete than those that existed at the level of the brigade. This is why the organigram referring to the general staff is bigger, it contains more functions, more directorates, and indeed it should have even more.
Just going back and comparing it to the directorates, comparing it to your operative zone document, the directorates in your operative zone order of battle were horizontal, and because of space issues, you made them vertical here, right?
Correct.
You and J1, didn't have, or anybody, didn't have command responsibility over another directorate, like J2, right?
Jo, ato bashkë
No. If they took any decision during a specific meetings, these were joint decisions. Whereas the horizontal chain or horizontal decision-making process or command, there was not. It did not exist.
Sokol, Bishoda, and Zarapi, that they would have command over the zone commanders, according to this, right? Even though it just goes back to Azim Sula. That right?
Realisht përgjegjësinë duhet ta
In reality, the general commander should have had this responsibility, Azim Sula. However, Azim Sula was absent all the time because he stayed in Albania. Sokol Bashota played this role as long as he was present, but it would appear that these roles presented here, reflected here, were not fulfilled, not even at 20%. These were on the structures, coordinated, indicated, but they were not functional.
Have over to the left-hand side, we have Hashim Thaçi as a political directorate. And that is similar to the other 1 through J6 directorates that you have vertically here, isn't it?
Jo.
No. The meaning here is like in a government, a legal government. The most important thing here, if we were to draw a parallel with the civilian structures, Adem Demaci was the political representative as a president would be in a civilian government. In the military field, he was political responsible for war, representative for war. Hashim Thaçi was a directorate, political directorate, which would be similar to these directors, but it was not named after this denomination J1, J2, J3. It was just named a directorate because it was never full staffed. It was only Hashim Thaçi with 2 or 3 persons. So it was not staffed completely and fully in order to name it J1, J2, J3. It was just a political directorate represented by Hashim Thaçi. I don't know how many people exactly were there. Our president is here and he can indicate himself. There were only 2 or 3 people, in my opinion.
We do break, yes, Your Honor. Wait, I'm sorry. I can, it'll be something I just have to get back to with a question or so it's not that big a deal. We'll get back to this in a moment, witness.
Witness, we'll give you a half-hour break. We will be back here at 11:30. Remember, you cannot speak to anyone about your testimony in this courtroom until after the trial is finished. And you may go with the court usher at this time.
Faleminderit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in.
In the interest of timing, I'm going to try to finish. I should finish within the next half
Say,
hour. I believe I should finish within the next half hour or less. So I'm trying to move this thing along.
I'm not.
Judge, you're allowed to complain, you know.
All right, witness, we're ready to continue with the questioning from Mr. Keogh.
Witness, I'm going to try to finish within the next half hour. I just told the judge, so just bear with me a bit. I just want to go back and clarify some terminology with regard to the coup at the time of Rambouillet. Those weren't my words. If we can put up the SBO preparation note number 2, page stamp number 116830. And I'm interested in page 2, paragraph 7. I realize this is not in Albanian, so I will read it slowly. At the bottom of the page, just those 3 lines. This is a note that the SPO took in their interview with you on the 10th of November, and it says after 9 February, when everybody else left for Rambouillet, they, talking about the zone commanders, staged a military coup and they installed Suleiman Salimi as the commander, but he did not carry out the role. This role because 4 zones out of the 7 did not recognize him. Is that accurate as to what you said to him?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel misstated the facts unless he can point me himself to where he says that the zone commanders are the ones who staged the coup.
No, that's accurate. But, you know, when you, excuse me, is that accurate, sir, that you said that the zone commanders staged a military coup?
Jo, kommandant.
No, not the zone commanders, but Rustem Rustemi, he came from Lap zone, and Ramush Haradinaj from Dugajin zone. Suleiman Selimi was zone commander in Drenica. These 3 agreed under the influence of Drini, aka Ekrem Reja, and the presence and influence of the chief of staff, Zurabi. They got together in Klin, I don't know the place exactly, and they decided to appoint Suleiman Selimi as general commander. This is how it happened.
I just rise to raise an issue on the transcript. I think the witness, in fact, in the first line of his answer said Rustem Mustafa, i.e. Remy, that is Remy, who gave evidence in open session in these proceedings, rather than Rustem Rustemi.
Can you correct that or deal with that particular issue raised by Mr. Emerson, Mr. Kehoe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
What do you say? Oh, I'm sorry, yes. What you said, witness, I just think you missed the name. The name was the zone commanders, but it's Rustem Mustafa, not Rustem Rustemi, right? He came from the Lob zone?
Rustem Mustafa.
Rustem Mustafa. It is written Rustem Mustafa here in English, I don't know. It's okay. Rustem Mustafa, aka Remy, his pseudonym.
Hopefully clarifying an issue on the name, so, thank you. Let us go back to our chart if we can. And you noted just before the break that Hashim Thaçi was a directorate, political directorate, which would be similar to those directorates, but it was not named after these denominations, J1, J2, J3. It was just named a directorate because it was never staffed. It was only Hashim Thaçi with 2 or 3 persons. So it was not staffed completely and fully in order to name it J1, J2, J3. It was just a political directorate represented by Hashim Thaçi. Is that accurate, sir? Can you just explain a little bit more about that?
I can't add anything. It's just as you said. Hashim Thaçi had its political influence, the war policies. He dealt more with meeting diplomats who came to meet the KLA instead of some dealing with specific orders. In fact, he didn't have the authority to issue orders. If you are asking me for this, Mr. Kehoe, Hashim Thaçi was the director of the political directorate, dealing with the policies of the war diplomacy, not with the operational military or aspect or with orders. This is how I understood then, and that's how I see it now.
Would it be more accurate to say that he was dealing with the politics of the war, the political aspects of the war, as opposed to policy?
Nuk e di ku e shehni ju.
I don't know where you see the difference between the war policy and policy of war. I will try to explain how I see it. A political representative of the KLA was Adem Demaci. Hashim Thaçi was representative of a political directorate, served within the context of this directorate dealing with war policy. This is how I understand that it should be.
Noted that the political directorate was extremely small, was it, and such it didn't have J1, J2, J3.
Sigurisht se ka qenë ati nivel.
Yes, it was at that level. Mr. President can explain it better. Otherwise, it was not at the level that we would desire or the war would require, that is to be a political party with this program. It was merely a political directorate. That's it.
Page 51. I'm trying to get the line. Page 50, that he did not have the authority to issue orders. That's at line 20. So, I mean, he couldn't issue any orders, for instance, to Javed Aliti or to so-called to Bruna, who are on the left-hand side of this chart, right?
No, not to them, but to no one, not even to us. He was not authorized to do that. It was not his duty to issue orders. This duty belongs to the general commander, to the chief of staff, and others.
It would be fair to say that from this chart, his duty was to Azam Sula and Sokol Bashota, or to some extent, Bislam Zarapi.
Not to some extent, but mostly Bislam Zarapi, as chief of staff, had this responsibility. Of course, the general overall responsibility lies with the general commander, but the organization, the issues came mostly from Bislam Zarapi. I don't understand why you want to bring it down to this point.
Witness that Hashim Thaçi didn't have authority to order anybody to do anything, could he?
No, it is not part of his job description. His position does not include issuing orders, only policy making.
Now, with regard to this chart, we have, if we look at the bottom, the zone 1, we have Sami Lishtaku. Prior to Rambuye, Suleiman Salimi was the zone commander in Drenica, was he not?
Before Sami Lishtaku, before Rambuye, and before Sami Lishtaku was Suleiman Salimi. Before that, there were no zones. There were only brigades. It was Femi Ladrovsi, brigade commander, Ilyas Kodrov, another brigade, and so on. Suleiman Salimi was the commander of that zone until he was proclaimed general commander. After him, the role was played by Sami Lishtaku, commander of the Drenica operational zone.
Lack of a better term, a moving target with people coming and going. I understand that, sir. So if we could just move to the last chart, and that is DHT 02715. And sir, this is, do we have a Albanian translation? Isn't it? This is basically the same organogram, but it is after, you note that it is the period of the Rambouillet Conference. And as you see, Suleiman Salimi is at the top, and Ajim Cheku is the chief of staff. And this is in fact after Rambouillet, isn't it? Because we have Azam Sula as the Minister of Defense. Isn't that right?
Yes, I wanted to emphasize this. That is, the changes that occurred after Rambouillet were the following, namely that Suleiman Selimi was a general commander, Agim Cheku, chief of general staff instead of Bislim Zurabi.
This transpired after Rambouillet, where Cheku became chief of staff and Azam Sula got involved in the provisional government as the Minister of Defense, right?
This happened because Bislim Zurabi, on the 1st of April, went to Albania to organize the Arrow operation. And KLA remained without a chief of staff in Kosovo. So on the 17th of April, Agim Cheku was appointed chief of staff.
When we look at this particular chart, basically everything other than the personnel going back, everything else is basically the same as what you said with the prior chart. Isn't that right? The authority, the chain of command, that Thaçi couldn't order anybody in the chain of command.
Is the same like the first organigram, other than the changes that I have highlighted. The others are the same, that is, the other positions. The orders, horizontally speaking, were not given. Informally, organizationally, we could call one another and go to help someone, but in order to issue orders, you have to have a vertical command chain. Hashim Thaçi doesn't have, in a vertical way, people that he can order. So he could order only his small team. I don't know how many he had. He didn't have any authority to order others.
Rambouillet, and I think you had a few questions from my colleague, Mr. Emerson, that Rambouillet, they were beginning to set up the provisional government. And we'll get, is that right? We'll get into some of the details, but that's correct, isn't it?
After they returned from Rambouillet, after the appointment of the minister of the provisional government, work started to complete the structures of this provisional government, that is, after Rambouillet.
Show you SPOE 00225-650. This is the ET, and the Albanian should be the same. And this is an agreement on 23 February to form the provisional government signed by Mr. Thaçi, Dr. Rogova, and Recep Chosa. Were you aware, even if you didn't see this agreement, were you aware of the agreement to set up the provisional government?
Yes, we were aware and accepted it as such. Hashim Thaçi led a delegation to Rambouillet, the Albanian delegation, representing KLA and Kosovo.
You mean 02715?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? Mr. Pates?
Sorry, and you said 02715? That's not the document on screen now, is it?
The document on the screen, Judge, is SBO 00225650. My apologies if I misspoke.
No objection to that being admitted.
SPO 0002650 is admitted.
Your Honor, just to put the full ERN on the record, SPOE 002255650 to SPOE 002255650, and the English translation will be assigned Exhibit 1D69, and I note it's marked as confidential.
I have no objection to having the confidentiality lifted. This is a public document, I think, but counsel, I will bow to you.
No objection to it being reclassified as public. This page that's admitted. Thank you.
1D69 is hereby ordered to be reclassified as public.
And if I can just put it up on SPOE 0054541. This is a document that was addressed by counsel yesterday. If I might have one moment, Your Honor. This is a document dated the 2 April in Pristina, setting up positions for the provisional government. You are aware, sir, that they were doing that, setting up positions for the provisional government, were you not?
Po ne ishim në dieni, po
We were aware, but nobody asked our opinion. And nobody proposed us to be somebody. Most important for us was to liberate Kosovo. To someone else, most important was to take a position in the government, so our roles were divided.
Evidence. It's SPOE 000545541.
Objection?
No objection. And it can be public.
SPOE 0054541 is admitted and is reclassified as public.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D70.
Now, as I think you mentioned this yesterday, and I'll just read briefly so we can get through this quickly. This is at provisional transcript, page 85, line 23. I think that after Rambouillet, the reorganization headed towards the establishment of the provisional government and not the consolidation of the general staff. And I pointed it out to the prosecution office. Very little attention was devoted to the war. We did that, the brigade commanders. So while the political folks were setting up the provisional government, you in the field had to continue the war against the Serbs. Isn't that right?
ashtu është se
That's right. Because there was no other way for us when we were fighting on a daily basis. It was the beginning of the NATO bombing, and because of that, the Serbs stepped up their attacks. Every day we had to engage in fighting. They dealt mostly with the provisional government when we were there to face the burden of war.
To go back, during post-Rambouillet, while they're trying to set up in the government, they aren't doing anything to consolidate the general staff. And as far as fighting the war, you and your colleagues in the field were the ones that were actually fighting the war, not the people who were setting up the government. Isn't that right?
Ashtu është.
That's right. That's right.
Let's be perfectly frank, witness, and you may, that this period of time, you fighting against the Serb forces was a very harsh endeavor. A lot of casualties were suffered, a lot of people were killed, and a lot of civilians were displaced while you were in the field fighting, right?
Ashtu është.
That's correct, Counsel.
Now, I just, and I think we will need to go through this again, but I think you said that, you had gotten 2 orders from the general staff during this period of time. One was a mobilization order in writing, and one you got over the radio to take care of civilians, which you were doing anyway, right?
Po,
And
Correct.
anything from the general staff, were you?
mos më kujtohet që
I don't remember to have received any special order.
When someone from the general staff came to meet you, like Zarapi, you just met him a few times, right?
disa herë.
A few times, yes.
Let me show you an order that you were talking about during your interview, and this is I think this is confidential, this document, because it comes from another case, and my memory serves me, I think it's confidential, so it probably shouldn't be shown on the screen to the public. Okay, it is IT 05.
Microphone, please.
We won't broadcast the document.
And Your Honor, I'm honestly not sure, I'm just in the spirit of caution.
We can always change that later if
Yes.
necessary.
This is, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were still on the phone. My apologies. IT 05 87.1 P0040 ET. EA, excuse me. Look like a T, it's an A. And this particular order is an order from Remy, which says it's followed by a general staff meeting. And you maintain that you were in the general staff on the 5th of January, 1999, and there wasn't any meeting. And you don't believe that this was an order from the general staff at all, do you?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel misstates the fact. I don't see where it says it's an order from Remy.
Commander Remy, can we scroll down? Excuse me, I'm sorry, Drini. My apologies, Drini. Thank you very much. It's from Drini.
Në 5 janar
There was no meeting held on the 5th of January in the General Staff. I was present there. Maybe the meeting took place somewhere else, without my knowledge. It was not necessary that I knew everything. It might have been held, but I have no information that such meeting was held.
Know the SPO in a proofing note, when you looked at this, that you did not think this is a valid order, since the order is the general staff and cannot be signed for or by Drini. You did not think that there was a general staff meeting on 5 January 1999, as referred in the document. You were in J1 at the general staff. This was a way that Drini acted at the time. He wanted to present himself as a KLA commander, even when the KLA entered prison, but he was just in charge of the military academy at the time. Do you recall telling the SPO that, sir?
Correto está tu.
Yes, correct. It's as you put it.
And you believe, sir, that this is Drini trying to act on the authority of the general staff when he doesn't have the authority. Isn't that right?
Realisht ashtu.
That's right. But here it's not Drini's signature. Someone else has signed for him. That's why it says for. And you see Skander S. Cheku.
It's still on
Nuk e
behalf.
kuptoj kush është.
I don't understand who. I can't make out. But it is on behalf of Drini.
Even though it says it comes from the general staff.
Jo s'ka mundësi
It cannot be that the order was issued by the general staff and signed by someone else. And Drini, furthermore, was not a member of the general staff at the time.
This time, we'll offer into evidence this particular document, IT 0587 P0040 EA. Again, confidential. I'm not sure if it's still has a confidential status.
My information is that it may have already been admitted to a bar table, but if that's not the fact, we don't object to admission, and it can be public.
It is, if it is, any way of checking that quickly?
It's tough to keep up with the bar table stuff, Judge. Honestly, I try to do that before we come.
Zoti Gjokas.
Sir, just a minor correction. I said someone else has signed for Drini. Now I found out it is the signature is by Kolchaku. When it says for Ekrem Reja is Suleiman Kolchaku. I am certain of that now.
Occasions.
I'm now told it hasn't been admitted, so again, no objection.
All right. IT 0587.1 P000440 EA is admitted. And the English translation.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D71. And what was the decision on the classification?
Reclassified as public.
And one last document, Judge said this is the last chart, THT 02715. It's only in English at this point, but it was the document that we were just referring to. It's the period of the Rambouillet conference.
I understand that that was created just to make a page from the witness's book more clear, so no objection as long as it's admitted as a separate exhibit.
Yeah, I should have noted that. Thank you, counsel. This was, the book itself was a little fuzzy on this, so we wrote it as an enhanced translation, because when we got the translation, you could.
Is it a one page?
One page.
What's the page number?
It is DHT 02715. It's one page.
Okay, DHT 02715 is admitted and can be reclassified as public?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D72.
And Your Honor, to the extent that anybody wants to go back and check where this came from, it was SPOE 0020940, part of the book that he had. Not that anybody will want to go back and chase it down, but to the extent that anybody does, but that's the base stamp number.
All right.
Your Honor, might just have one moment? Witness, I went a little bit more than a half an hour, but I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Mr. Roberts, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honour. And good afternoon, Mr. Halichaha.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jeff Roberts. I'm counsel for Mr. Salimi, and I have some questions for you now, which will take up to the lunch session, and then probably extend afterwards for about half an hour or so. So if I could first take you back to February 1998, and this was in relation to something you mentioned in your interview, where back at that time, I believe the KLA were referred to as terrorists. And if I can just put on a statement by the US representative, Mr. Robert Gelbard, so that's DRS 00079. And I'll just read a little excerpt from this, just to take us back to that time. It will just be in English, so for the purposes of time, I'll just read it out. And so this is the US representative on the 22nd of February 1998, where he states, at the same time, we also condemn the attacks against the police and others by a group that calls itself the UCK. As I've said before, I consider these to be terrorist actions, and it is the strong and firm policy of the United States to oppose all terrorist actions and all terrorist organizations. Were you aware or did you hear of this statement at the time?
Yes, I've heard of this. These are the results of Yugoslav propaganda and influence, which to this day calls the KLA terrorist. However, this qualification was removed with the visit of Holbrooke when he met the KLA, so that it was a proper army with military uniforms, insignia, with a chain of command. And they understood that this was a liberation army and not a terrorist organization. So this qualification was removed.
Predicted my next question, and I was trying to trace this evolution. So this statement was made in February 1998, where you obviously referred to as terrorists. That was something that was obviously very controversial and, as you say, seemed to repeat the views of the Milosevic regime. And as a consequence, only 3 months later, I think when you said that Holbrooke came to visit, was that in June 1998?
Yes.
Went to Junik, I think, didn't he? To your knowledge, this was around about the same time that you arrived into Kosovo, I think, wasn't it?
Shortly after my arrival, he was in Munich, where he met with Haydin Abazi, aka Lumagiu, and he saw that there was a command center, there were uniforms, insignia, symbols, weapons, and a chain of command, an organized structure. From that moment onward, it was not referred to as a terrorist group, but as a liberation army organization.
To the prosecution, your interview, so that's P707.3, Part 3, page 3, and being referred to as a liberation organization was obviously very important. For you and for the KLA, when I say you, I mean for the KLA generally. So you were trying to demonstrate to Mr. Holbrooke, obviously, how important you, or sorry, not important, how organized you were. It was a public relations exercise to an extent, was it not?
You are right, Counsel. This is how it was. We did what was necessary for their allies to be convinced that we were fighting for our liberation, that our war was just. However, I never had the opportunity to say that this was a clean war. This is one of the wars conducted by an army which has caused less collateral casualties. People were killed with a bullet. We did not have heavy weaponry to inflict damage or collateral damage because we did not fight with civilians. We did not fight against civilians. I would want you to have this in mind.
I think you've discussed with my colleagues that the state of organisation of the different units at that time was very volunteer-led. And so obviously while you're giving the impression to Mr. Holbrook of uniforms and I believe you mentioned possibly arms and regulations, this was all part of that same exercise to demonstrate to the United States at that time that you were a worthy partner and that you were not terrorists. Is that correct?
Vërtet ka qenë grup.
In fact, initially there were volunteers constituting groups and a voluntary army. There was an oath, however, just like the one I took here in front of you, and that oath was not violated. It read that the person would be disciplined, follow orders, comply with the rules, and this was then proved in the eyes of Holbrooke and our allies, and it was the KLA who brought the allies in Kosovo territory. It was the only army who fought the Yugoslav forces without leaving even an inch out, going an inch outside the territory of Kosovo. It was a just defensive liberation war. But I wanted to emphasize, in addition to this, that this was a clean war, not only a just war.
Disputing that at all. I'm merely trying to understand the context in which you were speaking to Mr. Holbrook at that time. And Mr. Holbrook was obviously a representative of the United States government, and that was who you were seeking to have support from at the time, was it not?
Sigurisht.
Certainly, and other attempts were made as well to reach a cooperation with an alliance with the United States, United Kingdom, and the European countries.
If I may use the phrase public relations in various different directions, but all towards effectively NATO countries who would hopefully be able to support you in your conflict.
We had KLA representatives within the European and world diplomacy, Yashar Saliu, Baldur Mahmouti, Ramadan Avdiu, Sabrikic Mari, and others who represented us in various international bodies or circles like the UN and others, as a result of which alliances were formed to help Kosovo.
And a few months later, in October, Mr. Holbrook, well, actually, no, let's go back. At that point in June, July, was it fair to say that you were expecting an offensive from the Serb forces?
We were expecting an offensive from the Serb forces. We had information to that. And there was an attempt. I wish to say this in front of the court, not necessarily for you, but for the court. The attempts were made for Ibrahim Rugova to agree with his staff and Milosevic and form a technical government. Another attempt was made then to reach agreement with Milutinovic. The agreement I'm referring to with Milosevic, they agreed for Milosevic to annihilate the KLA and that they would help overturn the government of Nano in Tirana and bring Berisha to power in order to prevent the Albanian authorities supplying weapons to the KLA. So the August offensive was expected, and it was this offensive that caused the damage, the scattering of the KLA, and the desertions in many parts of Kosovo.
In June when Mr. Holbrook visited, you were expecting, after a few months of gaining certain amount of free territory within Kosovo, you were expecting the Serb forces to conduct an offensive, and they did conduct that offensive in July, August and September of 1998.
Ofenziva ma
The biggest offensive was that of the 22nd of 23rd and 24th and 5th of August. Then the offensives in September, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd and 5th of September. And then 22nd and 23rd and 24th of September.
October to an agreement between Mr. Holbrook and Milosevic, which at least temporarily ended fighting at that stage. I think that's the middle of October, isn't it?
në mesin e tetorit
In the middle of October, an agreement was entered into by which Milosevic accepted observers in Kosovo and a ceasefire. A ceasefire which was complied with by the KLA, but it was not respected by the Serbs.
But would you agree the diplomatic effort by Mr. Holbrook was reflective of the exercise, the public relations exercise that you'd conducted before to show that you were a worthy organisation?
e vërteta është
The truth is, like you said, but in order to convince Holbrook and the world, we were determined to resist until death or liberation. And the positions of some of us were unbreakable, invincible, like Budakova and others, which the Serbian forces never managed to occupy. This made it clear to the international factor that we were ready to die for our freedom. And this had certainly an impact in diplomatic circles to increase support for us.
Ask you, and whilst very interested in your answers, if we can try and keep your answers as short as possible, just so that we can move through your testimony as quickly as we can and get you back home. But the point I was also making is that therefore, when you were trying to demonstrate to the US, for example, that you were organised, you would also perhaps borrow concepts from them or borrow parts of army regulations, and I believe you discussed this with Counsel for Mr. Vesely yesterday. So you would borrow concepts from Albania, or you would borrow them from France or the US or Germany, I believe you mentioned. I'm sorry, if you could just...
ashtu.
That's correct. That's correct. I don't need to add anything to that.
And that was even if the concepts that you were importing were foreign to you, that you didn't necessarily have a firm, when I say you, I mean the KLA, had a firm understanding of what those concepts were, or what those structures were.
Ne nuk I huazuam,
We did not borrow them, we adapted them to our conditions and circumstances based on our national tradition and our past wars for freedom. We are the only people, we Albanians, who has never invaded or occupied other people's territory. I'm very proud to be an Albanian.
But we did, and as you discussed with Counsel for Mr. Vesely, go through the disciplinary regulations, and we found the whole slew of concepts that didn't actually reflect reality. And I can put that back on the screen if that assists, but I think you remember it from yesterday.
unë besoj që
I believe we explored this entirely as we did yesterday, so we wouldn't waste court's time on this.
So if we could move now on to essentially one part of that which obviously interests my client, and that's the role of the Inspector General. And you may remember, obviously, that you discussed this in various stages in your SPO interview, so I'll put those back to you so that you can be familiar with what you've already said. But first of all, I just want to understand your role and your background and responsibility at the same time. So you've told us, to my understanding, that you were the Assistant Commander for Morale within the Pastric Zone from late 1998 until around about the 17th of March 1999. Is that a correct understanding?
Drejt.
Correct.
I believe in your interview you were shown a document which set out the responsibilities for the KLA command staff in the Pastric Zone. Do you recall seeing that document during your SBO interview?
Se di për cilin dokument.
I don't know which document you're referring to.
In U0006462. If we could have that up on English and Albanian on the screen. And if we can just go to page U0006463, please. And at the bottom of there, hopefully it's legible in the Albanian copy, but it describes the duties and obligations, or the role of the Assistant Commander for Information and Morale. Can you see that on the bottom left-hand side of the Albanian, and is it readable? And if not, I can read the English and it can be translated for you.
Your Honor, just before we go any further, counsel mentioned that this was for the Pastric operational zone. Could we show the witness the first page where there is a different indication so that nobody is misunderstanding anything?
I'm not misunderstanding anything, Your Honor, but I'm more than happy to move it to the first page.
Just go ahead with your questions.
Thank you. So if we could just go, sorry, witness, can you read the Albanian there? I know it's a bit of a difficult copy, so I can read the English where it has been translated, if that's of assistance.
Është shumë turbo.
It's hardly legible. I can't read it. You said you were asking questions about your client. I don't see how this is related to your client.
Hopefully it will become clear. But I'll just read the duties in English, which is Assistant Commander for Information and Morale. His duties include the raising of morale among soldiers and officers. It's his duty to visit soldiers in the barracks. Partly illegible, glorious periods of our national history, to explain historically we're under occupation, to follow the current developments in the country and the world, successes of our army, and to explain them to the soldiers. It's his obligation to inform them about important events. Now, did that reflect your responsibilities when you were in that position?
To some extent. Can I have the entire document, whether this comes from the rules or is this an order from the command? Who's that smart person who clearly determined these tasks? Can I know who's the originator?
I can show you the front of it. I think this was requested by counsel for the prosecution earlier. Hopefully that will assist. But this was the one that you discussed in your SPO interview.
Nuk janë të përshkruara si.
The tasks and duties are not described properly. I don't know who issued this document. It contains also the tasks and duties of the commander. It does not determine clearly the command levels. We don't know if this is the central command at the prison level or Pashtric zone or brigade zone level. It's a document which is very similar to what we had as tasks and duties. However, I did not accept this document in front of the prosecutor either. It's no, it doesn't bear any relevance.
But I was just trying to work out what your actual duties and responsibilities were, and to use this to see if this would give you a basis for describing that. What other duties and responsibilities did you have in that position?
Po ju tash pyetni për mua, po
Are you now asking questions about me or your client? If you need me to speak about myself, I can speak the whole day with the court's permission. If the judge allows me to do so, I can speak forever about myself.
The morale officer.
zoti gjykas pyetje
Your Honor, the question is very broad, and I do not want to inflict this to this court. I know I'm very well aware of my duties and my work, just like all of us here are. The duty of a commander for morale and politics was to raise the morale, to develop it to the soldiers, to explain the necessity of the war, the just nature of the war, the international norms and laws of the war, to explain how soldiers should conduct themselves with wounded civilians, unarmed persons, harmless people, and to cooperate with civilians, with internationals, with international diplomacy. So it's a broad spectrum of tasks. I'm sorry to take your time. If you want me to go into specifics, I'm here to answer.
To understand what the role was, and it obviously covered a large field, and that included obviously speaking to soldiers within your brigades and understanding their requirements, understanding their situation, and obviously further than that is having sorry, I will rephrase. And further than that is, as you say, is cooperating with internationals and international diplomacy. And this position was something that comes from military structures that have been in Albania, or where does it come from, the commander for morale? Assistant commander for morale, sorry.
Unë kam studiuar material.
I read numerous literature on the art of war during my time in Albania from 1988 until the end of that same year, almost, so for a period of time of 6 years. I read many regulations, military rules regulating relations between the army and civilians. So I had knowledge to carry out these duties and tasks within the Kosovo Liberation Army. I am very familiar with this field.
There is a commander or assistant commander for morale in the Albanian army, to your knowledge?
Ky ka gjithkund edhe në Amerikë.
You can find it everywhere in the US and UK, including Albania. Assistant Commander for Morale and Politics in every modern democratic army.
Individuals who had former military experience who joined the JNA were familiar with.
Jo.
No. They were communist positions. They did not have it for moral and politics, but the name was Commissar for Politics. It was a higher position, and it was a more powerful position than commander in communist regimes, I'm referring.
To the Inspector General, I think you told the SPO in your first interview in 2020 about the role of the Inspector General in the KLA, and that Mr. Salimi was the chief of the inspectorate, by which I assume you mean that he was the Inspector General. Is that correct?
Inspektori I përgjithshëm ka
He was Inspector General. It was thought to set up an inspector's department or inspectorate, but we were left only with the inspector.
When you say you were left only with the inspector, do you mean that it was just Mr. Salimi?
vetëm zoti Selim
Just Mr. Salimi with 2 or 3 people around him.
Right, and this post, I think you described, and I'll read it from your first SBO interview, and the question was, and this is P707.1, part 1, page 20, in both the English and Albanian, but it doesn't need to be displayed. Question, and what were the tasks of the Inspector General? Answer, to inspect the battlegrounds, the positions, to inspect, to see what is the conditions of the military service, the soldiers, so the bases, the locations where they would spread to. I wasn't this person might tell you better.
edhe tani po ju them ashtu,
And I would reiterate it, the person who knows best those tasks should speak about their duties and tasks, but it stands as I've stated it.
Yes, and we're just trying to understand what interaction you had with the Inspector General and knowledge of his role at the time. You also did tell the SPO that this post of Inspector General came from NATO countries, though, didn't you? And didn't match a position in the JNA. Do you recall that evidence?
besoj që po, nuk më kujt.
I believe so. I can't recall, but I think this is how I said it. I don't want to
So this is P707.1, part 1, page 20, and then 21 in the Albanian. Question, this is about the Inspector General. Did it match a position that existed in the JNA? Is it a position that existed in other armies to your knowledge? Your answer, the Yugoslav army structures were different. They were communist structures completely. They were similar to the Soviet Union structures and to Albanian structures as well. Our structures, we meant to set structures similar to those of NATO, although we couldn't raise up to that level, because we thought that if we had similar structures, our road would be the same or similar. Is that correct?
Me saktë është
Correct. We always try to follow the same road, similar structures, similar greetings and conduct to come closer to our allies. That's correct.
The public relations exercise that we were discussing earlier with Mr. Holbrook.
keni drejt, keni drejt.
Correct.
To be clear, those who had served in the JNA previously in whatever capacity, like Mr. Commander Drini or Bislim Zarapi, they wouldn't have been aware of what an Inspector General would do. Is that fair?
Jo, në logjikën
No, in the logic of everyone, the role of an inspector should be clear. An inspector controls, monitors, observes, and informs on what he sees in that situation. For every normal person, if you tell someone that a trade inspector is here, they know. Or the legal inspector is here, they know. A military inspector, it's easy. It doesn't mean that they didn't know what he was doing.
Inspector General within the armies in which they served. Is that correct? So there wouldn't have been, if there was no Inspector General in the army of the JNA, they wouldn't have had an interaction with an Inspector General in their army, would they?
Në ushtrinë jugoslave ka qenë
In the Yugoslav army, there was an inspectorate center. It was called Gene.
General, which you've obviously said comes from
ndryshe,
NATO.
It's completely different.
And just to be clear, as a battalion commander, or sorry, as an assistant commander for morale, and this is what we were talking about a few moments ago, would you inspect troops at all in order to carry out the role and duties that you discussed earlier, those wide-ranging obligations?
unë si detyrë të em
Part of my duty, the first one was to fight. And I was always on the front line. As a battalion commander, I participated in every battle. But also as assistant commander for morale, I was still in the front line. I even was reprimanded by Zurapi, telling me that I should stay a step behind. But I didn't do that because I was concerned with the combat readiness and morale, and I stayed side by side the soldiers in the front line.
In order to assess that combat readiness, you would have to go and speak to the different soldiers and understand the situation they were in. That's logical, isn't it?
ato biseda që kanë mund të
Whatever we could discuss, that happened during the briefings and in our context with the command chain of the brigades. In the case of education and preparation of the battalion commanders at the level of the zone and beyond.
In your role, you would go and inspect soldiers at different locations. Is that fair? And when I say in your role, I mean as the assistant commander for morale.
jo, nuk është
No, it's not that. No, Council, you have mixed up my role. I was not obliged to go and inspect groups of soldiers or combat units. I merely led the work for the political line. In general, it was impossible for me or for anyone to go to every place, to every group, especially in my zone, which consisted of about 10,000 soldiers and covering a territory that accounted for 30% of the military activity of Kosovo.
So if we could just put up a document which describes the report on the organizational, military and combat life of the 2nd Battalion in Budakova. That's the ERN SPOE 00226697. If we could just have that in English and Albanian on the screen. Can you see that document on the screen, Witness? And if we can just look at the first page to start, and then if we can move in about 10 seconds to SPOE 00226704. So, in the English version, about 5 lines down, there's a reference to the fact that you, having inspected the forces on the first positions, so that demonstrates that there was an inspection of the soldiers.
atëherë nuk kam qenë komandant.
I was not a commander for morale. I was a battalion commander. And of course, the battalion commander inspects the, the front line, not only inspect, but I fought with them.
My apologies, this was back to when you were the battalion commander. But the point I was trying to make is that there were various other individuals involved in inspecting units at the time. That would be the role of a battalion commander, would it not?
Ka pasur ndoshta shëtitës mes
There were visits, I would say, private visits from one zone to another, not inspections. Because if you inspect, you must abide by some rules, some norms entrusted to you.
In this document, it refers to inspecting troops on that page. I can also, just to speed it up, there's various other references in that document, which we can show you if you like, to inspecting locations. The word, in English at least, is inspected. So inspect the locations or inspecting soldiers. So it's a normal, the point I was trying to make is it's a normal role for a battalion commander to carry out those inspections, is it not?
shumë normale është.
Yes, it is. I wouldn't change anything in that.
If they don't carry out inspections, they don't know what's going on within their battalion.
Je detyruar si komandant
As a battalion commander, you should be by the side of the soldier to check, to control, to inspect what they're doing, what they need, what is going to happen, when the offensive is going to take place, how to defend themselves, how to fight. These are parts of the duties of a military person.
And when you were the deputy commander for the zone later on, did you still have to carry out inspections at that time, so after the 16th of March or 17th of March 1999?
ma pak më ka dashur mua të bëj
It took me less time to conduct inspections because at that time we had our responsibilities better defined because we had commanders of brigades, we had your zone directorates, the zone commander, Tahir Sinan in this case, sometimes conducted inspections myself, went to a zone, to a unit, to some location. It was normal.
There's zone commanders and yourself, and then right down to battalion commanders would carry out inspections. And that's the normal role of within an army, is it not?
Nuk isha dashur të i jepni aq shumë fuqi.
I wouldn't like you to emphasize so much the word inspection, because in Albanian it means to go to visit, to see what they need, what is their situation is, whether they need armaments, what are their positions, what is their situation. So it's a kind of control that goes there to the soldiers in the front line to see what the real situation is.
But if a battalion commander did carry out, and I will use a different word, an examination, if you like, or an assessment, whichever word, a battalion commander would then report that to their brigade commander if there's something that comes out of that assessment.
Po hipotetikisht
Yes, hypothetically, if there is no brigade commander, no brigade, only the battalion, to whom should he report? Of course, he does it for the interest of the battalion.
This after brigades existed, and then the brigade commander, if necessary, would obviously report up to the zone commander.
po ashtu ka kuptim.
Yes, that's the meaning.
The point I was making, that none of these individuals, to your knowledge, had direct reporting obligations to the Inspector General, did they?
Jo,
No, because there was no line of reporting. If it was an inspectorate, it would have its inspectors up to the level of battalions or platoons. There was no inspectorate. There was one person whom we called, or he called himself as such. As an individual, he went, visited, observed, contacted, checked the situation, the well-being of the soldiers in the war situation. That was his duty. You have your client. Why hasn't he explained that to you so far?
Understanding of this role, which is why I'm asking you these questions, and you've obviously given us that explanation of your understanding of your interactions with him. And it's very clear. I think you mentioned there was only a couple of staff or a couple of people that were with Mr. Salimi, but no one ever introduced themselves to you as a member of the staff of the Inspector General, did they? It's not something that anyone would have introduced themselves to you as at the time.
Të unika ardhen
In one instance, it was Recep Selimi who came to me, but didn't introduce himself as an inspector, merely as Recep Selimi. I used to know his brother, Ramadan Selimi, from 79 onwards, and I was happy to meet him. I asked him, where are you going? Why are you here? He said, I want to go to the other zone, my eyes are Thaçi, and tell me where to go so that I don't meet any Serb forces, because we kept notes and we observed the movements of the Serb forces. I think he was with two other people. I gave him two of my soldiers to help them to pass, but they fell into an ambush and fought with the Serb forces. And that battle, let's say, became an offensive against our zone. And I was rather angry with Reg. He said, why did you cause that? But he said, it was not our fault. We fell into an ambush. As a matter of fact, we won that battle. We inflicted losses to the Serbs, and that was it. This battle lasted about 2 hours, not more. That was the case that I had to deal with Recep Selimi during the war, and I knew him only as Recep Selimi, the brother whose brother I knew, and not as an inspector. This fact I learned at the end of the war, after war, from others.
Aware that he was Inspector General.
ka fundi i luftës, po
By the end of the war, yes. Yes, by the end of the war. After April, we knew he was an inspector, but he never came to us and introduced himself as an inspector and that I want to check or inspect this or that. In that sense, no.
If we could just look at a document, and this is P650, and the ERN is U0031744. I believe you have seen this before. And this was discussed with you in your SPO interview, if that helps to remind you. And I'm not interested in the content of the document at the moment, or at all actually. I was merely looking at, if we can go to the third page, so that is, yes, exactly. So this is the individuals to whom this letter is addressed. Do you remember discussing this with the SPO during your interview?
po.
Yes, we discussed it. We clarified it.
And you've written here to the archives, the General Inspector and the General Staff. Am I right in understanding that the actual letter was directed to the Chief of Staff, to Mr. Zerapi?
Arhivi don't have
The archives means, for us, the archive of the zone where we kept the materials involving the zone, addressed to the General Inspector. We meant to address Recep Selimi, but as a matter of fact, we gave it to Müslüm Zirapi, the Chief of Staff, and that was it. This is what happened with this document. I don't know why it's not signed. I acknowledge it was a document that we drafted together with Halil Chadraku.
Who you expected anyone, sorry, I'll rephrase the question. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you expected Müslüm Zerapi to do something about the contents of this document. Is that correct?
sigurisht se
Yes, because the Chief of Staff was like a general manager, if you like, of the war. If he couldn't do it by himself, he would cooperate with the General Commander, with Deputy Commander, or with the Inspector also. If they are part of the same level in the organogram, why shouldn't he take it to other people? But we did what we did. That is, if we managed to send this document to one of them, that would be okay. We couldn't find the three of them. Sometimes it was difficult to have access even to one person. It happened that we wrote the document 2 weeks ago and we didn't manage to send it to the relevant person, or sometimes we left it with the guard, asking the guard to give it to the relevant person.
Demonstrates how difficult it may have been to send requests up to the General Staff. Is that fair?
kanë qenë shkput
Because of the war, the fightings, it was difficult. But one thing I want to say, we didn't have any protocol that is to keep record of everything we took or sent. We didn't let's say, we didn't write in a paper with a number, with at least a protocol note to say that we received this, we sent this, because we were always on the move.
Yes, and just to be clear, you've listed the General Inspector and the General Staff as separate entities. Was it your understanding that the General Inspector or Inspector General wasn't part of the General Staff at the time you wrote this letter?
jo ne kemi menduar
We thought that whoever it might reach, the General Inspector, the General Staff, the Chief of Staff, we wanted one of them to receive the letter. We didn't make any distinction, and we didn't determine their roles.
Was the Inspector General at this time, I think, as you've just mentioned, because that wasn't until April, I believe.
ashtu është.
That's correct.
Really sending this letter in the hope that someone might do something about it, but you obviously didn't know exactly who.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'm sorry, overruled.
Thank you, Your Honour. Now, I think you mentioned a few moments ago an interaction that you had with Mr. Salimi when he fell into an ambush.
Mr. Roberts, I don't think we have recorded an answer to your previous question.
You're right, Judge Matros. Thank you very much. If I may just repeat the previous question, witness. I'd asked, so you were merely sending this letter in the hope that somebody might do something about it, but obviously you didn't know exactly who. Is that correct?
For us, it was important that whoever of the persons mentioned here, or who else, but was part of the General Staff, whoever received that letter, for us it was a mission accomplished. That is, we wanted to send that request, for example.
So just moving on to the incident you described earlier about Mr. Salimi travelling through your zone and then falling into an ambush, as you just described a few moments ago. And you told the SBO that you lent him a few soldiers when he fell into this ambush. Is that correct?
Para në prit akoma.
Before he fell into an ambush, I gave the soldiers to show him the way. And I think I explained it sufficiently.
Requested these soldiers, but hadn't ordered you to give them. That's correct, isn't it? That's what you told the SBO.
Jo, ai
No, he didn't ask me for the soldier. He wanted to go with his 2 soldiers. But I felt it, I deemed it reasonable, because my soldiers knew the terrain better, and so I wanted them to escort him to not to fall into an ambush. He didn't even say that he was an inspector or anything. He merely said that I want to go to Thaçi, and please tell me where I can go so that I don't encounter Serb forces. I drew up a sketch on a piece of paper and set out. And then I said, wait, take 2 more soldiers because they know the terrain better. That was it.
To have provided those soldiers, could he? There's no way he could have issued an order to you in your position.
duhet pak logjikshëm ta kuptoj.
You have to try to understand, even the most ordinary soldier, if he wants to go from one hill to another, we used to escort to enable him to go to his destination so that he didn't meet enemy force. It doesn't matter whether Recep Selimi was an ordinary soldier or an inspector. Doesn't stand to logic.
Described another visit to the Pastric zone where this was after the visit in April, where you told the SPO that Mr. Salimi visited the 121 and 123 brigades. Do you recall that information that you provided to the SPO?
Nuk e di, ndoshta ka
I don't know. Maybe it was the time about which I spoke, because it was after the middle of April. I think it's the same thing. We are talking about the same visit, I think.
If we display it on screen, we can clarify this. I think maybe it's easier. So that's P708.6. That's the SPO interview of the 2nd of November 2022, part 6, page 19 in the English and page 20 in the Albanian. Can you see that exchange, which starts, and he visited all the brigades within the Pastric operational zone, to your knowledge? Answer, I know that he visited 2 brigades. So that starts at line 7 in the English, and in the Albanian it is part 6, page 20, starting at line 2. Can you read that in front of you? Sorry, did you say yes?
Kjo është logjike.
This makes sense. If he came to me at the zone level in his shore, Brigade 123 was very near the zone command. That's where they had the headquarters. So he met people from Brigade 123, but not specifically in the sense that he summoned the command as it happens today. Then he just visited Brigade 123, and on his return, when he was going in the direction of 121 Brigade, I said he may have visited them. And it is normal, because if I were in his place, I would have visited all of them.
Described these visits as routine, but you didn't speak to him or see him yourself at that time, did you? Is that right?
Ashtu është.
Correct.
That you believed he visited didn't report anything back to you, but you assumed they discussed with Tahir Zanani.
Jo, ai nuk ka lënë
No, he didn't give us any specific instruction because if that were the case, Tahir Sinani would have reported it to this debriefing session we held. It was just a routine visit.
And both of these visits would have been after, well, in or after April 1999, so April, May, or even early June 99. Is that correct?
pas gjysmës të prillit.
After the second half of April, after the first half, sorry, it is possible that he made these two visits because he was at my place. It is possible, I'm saying. Whether he visited it or not, he knows. I can't be specific. I can't really say he did that or this or that because I don't know.
I think it's probably an appropriate time now. I'm about to move into a new topic, so I think it's probably best.
Thank you.
Thank you, witness.
Witness, we'll take our lunch break now. You will come back at 2:30 for a final session. You can go with the court usher as she escorts you out of the room.
Faleminderit drekën e mi.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Instead of on. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. The panel will now issue an oral order on the reclassification of certain exhibits admitted through witness W03825. It's been brought to the panel's attention that the parties agreed inter partes that certain exhibits admitted through W03825 could be reclassified as public. Therefore, the panel hereby orders that exhibits P681, P682, P683, P684, and P686 be reclassified as public. This concludes the panel's oral order. Madam Court Usher, you can bring the witness back in.
I had a couple of documents that I just wanted to introduce. I mean, I don't know if you want to do it later or now.
I'll do it now.
Yes, it has to do, one has to do with the book by, and these are the matters that I referenced. The book is SPOE 00209321.
I'm sorry.
And the two pages that I would move to is SPOE 00209392 and SPOE 00209393.
I'm sorry, the last one, 9393?
939, page one after the other, 992 and 93 of that book. And of the document, the chronology.
Just a second, is the book already in, all of the book? Part of it. Okay, this SPOE 00209321, any objection?
No.
Page 9392 and 9393 are admitted.
And on this is a SPO document, SPOE 00226697, and we would like to admit the part of this document that we discussed with the witness, which was SPOE 00226707, and the next page, SPOE 00226708.
No objection, Your Honor, but can I just ask for future, it's much easier if items are tendered either after they're shown to the witness or at the latest after the end of a cross-examination, because it's very hard to now reconcile what was and was not shown.
That is true, and I have the same feeling. It's better at the time because they relate back to the transcript better, and it makes it a little simpler. I'm not sure I got the number right on the last.
It's a SPOE
Now, I got that part. Is it 226707
and 08.
and 08? Okay, SPOE 0022699 at page 226707 and 226708.
That's correct, Judge.
Are admitted.
Those two pages, yep.
Your Honor, those pages will be assigned exhibit number 1D73. And with reference to the book, if Your Honor is in agreement, I will add them to the already existing P712.
Welcome back, witness.
Thank you.
And he will be asking you some more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honour, and good afternoon, Mr. Halet Jaha. I will hopefully be completing my questions in about.
Good afternoon.
Try and respond to my questions with a yes or no, if at all possible, just to expedite this process. Hopefully they're phrased in such a way that you can. Obviously, if you need to add further information, please feel free to. But if possible, if you can answer with a yes or no, that would assist. Now, first of all, if I could just put on screen an excerpt from your interview. So that's P7073. That's your interview from the 1st of November 2022, part 3. And that's pages 30 to 31 in the English. And the Albanian is page 27. And I'll just read a small section from line 22 of page 30 in the English. Sorry, the ERN would be 08374. Nope. Sorry. Is it page? Sorry, excuse me, Your Honor, if you bear with me for 1 second. It's the second interview. Sorry, I believe I've given the prosecution exhibit reference wrong. So it's 708.3, not 707.3. My apologies. Okay, and just to repeat, that's page 30 in the English and page 27 in the Albanian. And if we scroll down to line 22 in the English. And I believe it is line 18 in the Albanian. So I'll just read this, but obviously you can follow on screen, witness. This is part of your SPO interview. Question, and now just to be clear, Necmettin Krasniqi at that time was the commander of the military police of the Pastrik operational zone. Answer, yes, indeed. If we just go over the page. Question, and Nezir Kriyeju was the commander of the answer, and Nezir Kriyeju was the deputy commander. Question, deputy commander of what? Answer, of the military police. All right, and as such, they both reported to both Tahir Zanani and yourself. And your answer was no, they were not obliged to report to me. So they were not obliged to report to me. They were reporting to Tahir Zanani, but in his absence, they would report to me. Do you see that in front of you, Mr. Halijaha?
That's correct, as it reads here.
Accurate, isn't it? That was the reporting line. They would report to Tahir Zanani, and exceptionally, if he was absent for whatever reason, they would report to you.
That's correct.
And obviously, in your evidence there, you're referring to Mr. Sinani, and he took over in the middle of March as the zone commander. But is it accurate that before that date, from your knowledge, Mr. Krasniqi still reported to the zone commander? So he reported to Commander Drini, didn't he, before Mr. Sinani took over?
The military police was not formed at the time of Commander Drini when he was in charge. So it's correct what you say, that he might have reported to him. Tahir Sinani starts from 17th of March and not from April.
Sorry, I think I'd said the middle of March. Yes, so you're talking about your evidence here is from the middle of March onwards. And so he reports to Tahir Zanani, and I believe that was also the diagram that you were shown earlier. And we can display this as well. That's P509, which is also P712 as well. I can give you the ERN of the specific page, which is SPOE 002-09330. And you can see there just on the Albanian, obviously you have on the left-hand side, Nejmi Krasniqi reporting up to Tahir Zanani, don't you?
Yes.
That continued throughout the rest of the war, didn't it? That reporting structure, there was no change to that reporting structure.
There was no structural change.
Read out what Mr. Krasniqi has said on the same issue, just to confirm. And this is SPOE 0073210. It doesn't need to be shown. But this is what Mr. Krasniqi describes, Nejmi Krasniqi. He says, initially when I went there, my immediate superior was Commander Ekrem Raja. He was killed after the war in 2002. He was my commander for about 1 or 1.5 months. After him, the commander became Tahir Zanani, who was then killed in the war in Macedonia in 2002, if I'm not mistaken. His deputy was Sadiq Halit Jaha. My responsibility was to obey the orders of Tahir Zanani and Sadiq Halit Jaha. Until the end of the war, they were the people I reported to. So, again, he's confirming that he reports to Tahir Zanani. That's correct. And that's consistent with your understanding.
One small clarification. When he said that he reported to Drini, he was not commander of the military police yet. The police was not formed yet. Let's make it clear. When he says, I reported to Tahir Sinani and Sadiq Khalid Yaha, there's no need for two reporting lines. In the army, you have only one reporting line. So if he reported to Tahir Sinani, he didn't need to report to me, and the other way around. If he reported to me, he didn't need to report to Tahir Sinani.
Would only be if, and I think they said this earlier, if there was an absence of Mr.
I'm trying.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat your answer? I think I was overlapping.
I'm trying to be clear in my answers, and the organigram is clear. You have interrupted, discontinuous lines. So when, in the absence of the commander, the deputy commander takes over, and that's the purpose of appointing a deputy commander. So the police commander had to report to the zone commander, whoever that person was.
Was that the same, to your knowledge, in all the zones?
Not all the zones had such a level of organization. I need to supplement this, saying that the platoon commander at the brigade level would report to the brigade commander. This could have been a question from you. I wouldn't know about the other zones. I'm not responsible for them, and I had no tasks that would have taken me at that time from one zone, from my zone to other zones. I wouldn't know about their level of organization.
More about the other zones, but when you say that the platoon commander would report to the brigade commander, do you mean the military police platoon commander would report to the brigade commander?
That's correct.
And if we can just move on to the final topic now, and I know we've discussed this in part, but it's, you've discussed this in part with my colleagues, but it's the impact of the creation of the provisional government, the PGOK, on the general staff and other military structures. So we know from your evidence, and you said this in your SBO interview, that the KLA was a moving structure, and it never really reached completion because the war was finished much earlier than expected. I know you've discussed this at length with my colleague, and was constantly developing. And the provisional government was, I believe we saw a document earlier dated February about the agreement in relation to the creation of that.
Jo, dokumenti shkurtit nuk...
No, it's not the February document, it's the April document. I'm sorry, you've already forgotten that.
In April, and then there was a communique announcing it, an agreement in February, and then a communique announcing it on the 2nd of April 1999. And maybe if we can display that on the screen, that's 1D70 for the court officer.
That's correct. We don't need to display it.
About a couple of other details on it. So obviously listing the names of various ministers in the provisional government there. And obviously position number 4 is the Minister of Public Order, Recep Salimi.
Correct.
Is that when this was created, the provisional government was created, the individuals who were members of the General Staff relinquished their duties in the General Staff to become members within the PGOK.
That's what happened. However, they should not have relinquished their positions because an appointment somewhere else would not take them automatically away from the battlefield and their tasks and their duties. However, it's their decision. Recep Selimi is, in my eyes, a living hero. He gave a great contribution. He was there from the beginning of the war until the end of the war. He never left the war. So I have no reproaches to him as to the fact that he became minister. But the fact that our other tasks and duties were left in our hands, that's a source of dissatisfaction from us towards other people, not necessarily Recep, but others.
That is a perspective you have towards the general staff as a whole at that time, that you at the zone level were effectively left to deal with many of the consequences of what was happening at that time. And I know you addressed that with Mr. Kehoe yesterday, earlier today, sorry.
We covered that topic in detail. I am, again, speaking in my name, on my behalf. This is my personal opinion. I'm not speaking in the name of other zones.
And there were various individuals who left. Obviously, Mr. Selimi, Mr. Zula became Minister of Defence. Mr. Limai became Deputy Minister of Defence. Is that correct in your understanding? It's not mentioned in that document. I was wondering if you recall that Mr. Limai became the Deputy Minister of Defence.
I do remember. However, at that time, Mr. Limai was in Albania from the 1st of April in order to conduct the preparations for the Operation Arrow. I know this fact because one of my closest soldiers escorted him to Albania. Operation Arrow ended on the 12th of June with the ending of the war.
Bearing that as part of his duty as the Deputy Minister of Defence. Is that correct?
I don't know if he was sent there as a Deputy Minister of Defense or as a successful commander. In any event, he went there to join those who were in the process of preparing Operation Arrow, together with Bislim Zurabi and others. I need to specify here that they went there separately and individually, not together. However, he was not in Kosovo from the 1st of April.
Okay, and I think you've testified that obviously Mr. Ceku took over as excuse me, in April of 1999, and he brought in other individuals to the general staff to replace some of those individuals who had left. Is that correct in your understanding?
That's correct.
If you can recall and whether that's consistent. So, Javit Sadia, does that name ring a bell? As personnel in the general staff? I apologize for my pronunciation.
Javit Sadria,
that's fine.
Ilmi Rekicha?
I don't know if Ilmi was at that time with Ceku. I do know his name and him as a person.
Guti?
Ilas
Draguti was from Lausha in the Drenica command. He was not at the general staff. I think you're referring to the KPC period of time. You've left behind the wartime. I think you should go back before the 12th of June. You're now talking about the KPC stuff, not the KLA one.
Just with any other names that you know of people who joined the general staff in that time between April and June of 1999?
We can't make KPC people KLA ones. If we're talking about the KLA, we talk about the KLA. Ilyas Dergoti was in the general staff of the KPC. They were not in the KLA at the time you're referring to.
Do you know of any other individuals who were in the general staff at that time then, between April and June, who were brought in to replace those who had left to the PGOK?
Nuk jemi detyruar mi di.
I am not supposed to know, expected to know, and I could not know. We were at war. We were facing attacks and offensive every day. NATO was bombing, and the enemy forces wanted to get to our civilians. They wanted to kill them.
Been a very difficult situation. I'm just trying to understand the relationship. So the general staff continued to exist, but you didn't have much of a relationship with it over that period, April, May and June 99. Is that a yes or a no?
Periudhën që e thoni ju,
The period you're referring to, I cannot say that there were no contacts at all, but these were very rare because our work became more difficult because of the Serb offensives, and Čeku did not have the experience on the ground that Bislim had. He was somewhere, but we wouldn't have that many contacts with him.
Mr. Čeku didn't have anywhere near the same amount of experience that the zone commanders had, who'd been fighting the war for the last year in various capacities.
Zoti Čeku kishte
Mr. Čeku had the experience from Croatia. He was a professional, military ranked. He had the military culture, but he did not have the experience in Kosovo, and he didn't know the terrain in Kosovo. I cannot say he was inexperienced because he had the proper level and competencies, and he was at the place he deserved.
And you mentioned earlier about the KPC, the Kosovo Protection Corps. So that was formed in September 1999, that's correct?
po, besoj se
Yes. I think the KPC is not being dealt with by this court, so I probably should give a short answer by yes or no. Unless you want me to elaborate on this with the presiding judge who wants me to do so.
He was formed, I believe, on the 21st of September 99 or thereabouts, and in between April 99 and the 21st of September, the zone commanders stayed in their position. The zone still operated, even after hostilities finished in June. The zone commanders were still in their positions in June, July and August. Is that right?
më vje keq, kam shumë
I have a great deal of respect for you, Council. You're very kind. However, but the war could not continue from the 12th of June to the 20th of September. The demobilization, disarmament, all these procedures were conducted and carried out because there was no war after the 12th of June. I wouldn't want to say a single word regarding events after the 12th of June. I don't take any responsibilities for that. I don't understand why you're mixing them up.
I'm just trying to understand what the situation was, and I agree and understand your position that there was no hostilities, there was no war after the 12th of June. I'm just trying to understand what structures were in place. So there was still Thaçi Zenani, for example, in your zone. Thaçi Zenani was still the zone commander after that date. Is that correct?
janë ndrruar
He was zone commander, then he was replaced by somebody else. My question is, why do you need this? Are you planning to apply at the KPC? Or what's your issue with the KPC? It is now transformed into KSF. You wish to pursue a military officer's career?
I think my days of a military officer may have passed. But I'm just trying to understand the structure at that time in 1999, and as the Deputy Commander, I hope you can respond to my questions about it. So we still have a Zone Commander over that period, and we still had the same reporting obligations and reporting structures that you've described before over that period, even though there weren't active hostilities. Is that correct?
Can you please ask a more direct question? At the time you were referring to, I was a G5 General Staff of the KPC. If you ask a direct question, I can answer by yes or no. These indirect, complex questions about the structures, I don't know. How is this relevant?
June and July and August of 1999, did you carry on having meetings with brigades, for example? The brigade commanders?
In this period of time, the KLA concentrated in the places where they would be stationed. They were demobilized. First of all, weapons were handed in. The structure of the KLA was changed completely. However, we had a permanent contact in order to make sure that fighters would not leave those places without disarming and demobilizing. Otherwise, there was a risk that they would go back to their respective homes and maybe take revenge and engage in other actions.
Structures that were gradually changing as soldiers were demobilized over the course of June, July and August and into September 1999. And that included meetings with brigade commanders, presumably to discuss how that process was going as one of the topics.
Yes. I'll try to answer by yes, and I'll try to be very brief.
But you were very clear that even despite that, there was no risk of resumption of hostilities. You've talked about the demobilization. The conflict for you very clearly ended on the 12th of June, even though the military structures and reporting lines continued after that date.
After the 12th of June, the Kosovo Liberation Army did not have any jurisdiction in the territory of Kosovo, apart from the fact that they were restricted in their areas, locations where they were stationed. They had no right to take any steps or any action because this was under the responsibility of KFOR and UNMIK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sajjaha. That's the end of my questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Alejandra?
Your Honor, may I? Microphone, please. I wanted to say something in 1 minute, not to speak at length for no reason. I'd like to say that if Jakub Krasniqi made a mistake, I am willing to take upon myself all his mistakes. I can do his sentence instead of him. Let him go home.
Go ahead, Ms. Alejandra.
Good afternoon, Mr. Khalid Yaha. I am Venkateshwari Alagendra, and I am counsel for Mr. Krasniqi. I have very few questions for you. Now, you told us that you knew that Mr. Krasniqi was the KLA spokesperson. That's correct, yes?
Po.
Yes.
Krasniqi had that role throughout the war?
Unë e di që po.
As far as I know, yes.
Se lufta
Not during all the time of the war, because the war started very early, but from the moment it became public until the end, yes, until we went on to the phase of provisional government.
And in the provisional government, he continued to be the spokesperson. Am I correct?
jo
No, no, no. No, no. The KLA spokesman couldn't be in the provisional government. The KLA ended its existence on the 12th of June. Don't mix up the time.
Provisional government. Would that be correct?
në qeverinë e përkohshme
He wasn't a spokesperson for the provisional government. He's your client, you can ask him, but he was not the spokesperson. He was a spokesperson in the KLA.
SPOE 00054541. It's exhibit 1D70, Your Honors. Yes. You have the document, sir?
Yes.
If you could look at the document, please.
Ministri I Pushtetit Lokal
Minister of Local Government, Rambuja. Government spokesman, Jakub Krasniqi. If that were so, I didn't know this fact, and I very much regret it that he's at such a level when he might have been a minister or even a prime minister.
And after his period as a government spokesperson for the provisional government, Mr. Krasniqi was appointed as the Minister of Reconstruction and Development. That would be correct?
po këtë
Yes, this fact I knew. The other I didn't remember.
PD appointment, not a KLA appointment. Am I correct?
emërimet e qeverisë për
It was the provisional government that made the appointments for its ministers. You have here the prime minister of that government, Hashim Thaçi. Who knows how we appointed, the persons in government structures.
I could just refer you to item 7 on that document that's on the screen. That was Minister of Reconstruction and Development, and it says LBD beside it. Yes?
këto janë
These were agreements reached among the groups that formed the provisional government. There weren't genuine political parties. Even the previous party, LDK, was a group of persons. So the exiled government did not recognize the provisional government and did not join this government. These smaller parties recognize it LBD. This Minister of Reconstruction and Development came from this small party, LBD. This is the meaning of it.
I'll move on. Sir, when you were interviewed by the prosecution, you told them that you had met Mr. Krasniqi twice during the war. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, certainly. 2 times. But I don't remember exactly the 2 times, but I'm certain I met him 2 times.
The first meeting, you say in your statement to the prosecution, was in Divyak, when you say Mr. Krasniqi handed you a decision appointing you as the Deputy Assistant Commander for Morale. Do you recall that?
This is the second meeting. The first meeting took place when I came to the war. I visited the village of Jakub Krasniqi Negroc, and a friend of his, whose friend was also when I was in Switzerland. I asked him whether Jakub was there, and together with that friend or in-law, I went and we stayed together with many of the neighbors at his house. That was the first time that I met him. What you mentioned earlier was the second time, when I wanted to submit a report to Muslim Zurabi about the Rechak massacre. And I didn't meet him, but met Jakub Krasniqi. And he said, wait a little, there is a printed decision for you. I don't know who made that decision, but Jakub Krasniqi gave it to me. That is the decision for me to become responsible for morale and politics at the zone level before I became deputy commander.
Confusion about the dates on which you received that document from Mr. Krasniqi. So if I can just clarify that position with you, sir. Now, the first visit, you say, was a visit to Mr. Krasniqi's home. Yes? That's correct.
Yes, in June '98.
That was in Negrovsk, and that's where Mr. Krasniqi comes from. That's his village.
In Jakub Krasniqi's village, Negros, where he lived then, where his house was.
There was something on the transcript this morning. It's page 21, line 7 to 10. If I could just show the witness the transcript of today. It was page 21, line 7 to 10, where you have told us that Mr. Krasniqi comes from the Rahovec area. That would be...
No. It's not right. Nobody can claim that we can't exchange his place of residence because we like it. He has never lived. I don't know if he has ever set foot in Rahovec, for that matter.
Transcript, Your Honor, just to clarify that. Now,
it's entirely wrong. I didn't say it, but whoever said it, that's not true.
the prosecution in November, where there were some matters clarified. You recall that recently on the 10th of November?
I didn't understand anything.
On the 10th of November, you met with the prosecution and they clarified some matters with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in those notes, you mentioned that Mr. Krasniqi was in his home in Negroz, and you had the impression that he was there because he wanted electricity and internet. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I said that.
I've clarified that with Mr. Krasniqi, and he says he didn't have internet at the house in 1998. Could that be possible?
Objection, Your Honour. This nature of clarifications obtained from the person being represented are not appropriate. Counsel can frame her questions in another way.
Right. I'm informed, sir, that in 1998, Negrov village didn't have internet. Would you agree with that?
There was electricity and computers. I didn't say internet. I am aware we didn't have even cell phones in 98. I know that. All the world, everybody in Kosovo knows that.
I would like to now take you to your statement. That's P708.6, and it's page 20 to 21. The Albanian version is at page 22, lines 3 to 10. Do you have it? Is that the correct page? The screen, can you look at it?
Can you ask me the question, please?
Referring to lines 20 to 25, and the next page as well. Now, the Albanian version would be lines 3 to 10. You've read it?
What is the question? Yes, I'm clear.
Krasniqi, at the end of November 1998, that was your second meeting.
No, the second meeting was sometime in 22nd January, after the war in Rechak was over. The Rechak massacre started on the 15th, continuing until the 19th. After the war was over, I went and met him in Divjak. Kletsk and Divjak are two small villages next to each other with some 20 households.
Read your statement, sir. Have you had an opportunity to read your statement that you've given to the prosecution on the 2nd of November 2022? It says there that you met Mr. Krasniqi at the end of November, and that was the first time you met him.
No, I don't remember this meeting at all. I don't know how it's there. I don't know where you found it. I acknowledge everything I said to the prosecutor as true. Maybe it's possible that he was appointed at that time. Maybe I was appointed at that time as deputy commander for morale and politics. But I met him sometime around 20th of January. This would be the correct version.
And that's the meeting you say that was around 20th or 22nd of January?
Yes.
Appointed on the 15th of November at a meeting in Brashansk as the assistant commander for morale. Yes?
I I find it difficult to explain things. I said that the appointment could be made 1 or 2 months before the decision, which comes later. If you were in the army, you would understand things better.
I can take you to another part of your statement, and that is page 22 in the English version of P708.6, lines 11 to 25, and the Albanian version is page 22 to 23, lines 22 to 11 on the next page.
Pyetje,
What is the question? It's clear to me.
Sir, it says, I wrote a report of this 4 days of battle, and I wanted to report to Bislim. I didn't find Bislim there. I handed over this report to somebody else who was there. He was like a clerk there. His name was Avni. You recall saying that?
po, kështu
Yes, that is the truth.
And it goes on to say, and at that moment, I came across Jakub. He was in the courtyard, so we met. We had a conversation for about 5 minutes. So it was about my health condition, the battle, and things that happened to the civilians. That's what you see. That's a second meeting, according to your statement.
kjo është takimi I dytë.
This is the second meeting, as you said. It's correct.
And are you telling us today that it is at this meeting that you received a document from Mr. Krasniqi?
Po, si duket,
Yes, the document was there before I went there, and he said, wait, take the document because you have been appointed for quite some time. You must understand one thing, Council. There are oral and written orders given in the army. There are appointments and decisions. Appointment may be made earlier than the decision, or the decision may not have been written at all because it was a wartime. So it was sufficient for you to be appointed even orally by a superior. In this sense, he told me, wait, because there is a decision for you. And I got that piece of paper. That was it.
Right. But you had already been performing the role of Assistant Commander for Morale from November 98, yes?
ja, s'du mu përgjegjë mo.
I refuse to answer.
Unë e tham,
I'm telling you for the umpteenth time that I was appointed in December. Is it clear to you, please? Let somebody translate in English what I'm saying.
përse
How many times do you want me to repeat it? 10 times? 20 times? You are tiring everybody here, not me.
You said you were appointed in December. Is it November or December? Just so we know that whether the transcript is correct.
prej dhjetorit,
In December.
ose fundi nëndor.
Or you would say end of November, beginning of December. The decision has the date, but the decision was made later. Appointment was made either at the end of November or the beginning of December.
And this appointment took place at a meeting in Brashans. Would that be correct?
Emërimi vetëm
The appointment came as a notification, if you like. I didn't need to have a meeting or congress or conference just to be notified of an appointment.
Up on the screen, SPOE 00226697, 2226716, I believe it's been marked. And the pages I'll be referring to are 226714 and 226715. They're the same in the Albanian version.
Kemi folë më herët.
We discussed it further. 3 times it was repeated. It is accurate as it is written.
If I can take you to page 226715 in the English paragraph 2.
Po çfarë keni me pyetje?
What is the question?
You'd agree with me that in this paragraph it says I, Sadiq Khalid Yaha, was appointed Assistant Commander for Morale and Policy at the 123 Brigade. Yes?
Kalimi prej brigadës.
Transfer from brigade to zone was made in 3 weeks because before the zone was not formed, that duty couldn't be exercised in that situation. I am not one of those who can assume to say I did this when I didn't do that. I didn't exercise that duty. If the brigade lasted longer and if we didn't manage to set up zones or sub-zones, I would have remained in the brigade with the same duty I had in the zone. But the brigade, within 3 weeks, the brigade was transformed into a zone.
One page earlier, at 226714, we have the date of the meeting as 15th November 1998. Do you see that, sir?
Realisht me të thonë unë këtë takim.
To tell you the truth, I don't recall this meeting at all, but I am saying that, okay, this is my material. Use it and ask the questions that you want to ask me.
And according to this document, the appointment took place in November 1998, 15th of November 1998. Can I just clarify if that's correct?
Shifre më poshtë e ki datë.
Below you have the date, 27 of September. Where do you find this date?
On the Albanian version, it's the second last line.
15.
It says 15 of November 1998, yes. That was when it was discussed, but the decision was made by the end of the month, and the zone was formed in 3 weeks. I wasn't in that meeting. I don't remember it.
Fair enough, it's been a long time. So, I'll move on.
Jo, jam I kthjellë kështu shumë mirë.
No, I'm very clear about that. I remember, but I wasn't present in that meeting. Maybe I was taking part in some fighting somewhere, because things are clear in my mind.
Right. If I can now take you to P707.1, page 21, lines 12 to 17, and the Albanian version is at page 22, lines 3 to 9.
Ma jep versionin shqip më
Can you show me the place in the Albanian version?
To 9 of that page.
Okay.
It's the part that says, I don't remember writing many reports or making many reports. 1 or 2 were in writing, if I remember, and they were addressed to Jakub Krasniqi.
Die wetmee-rapport
The only report is the one that I wanted to give to Bislim Surapi on the 20th or 22nd. I don't remember very well. And then I met Jakub Krasniqi and had that conversation with him. I left the report in the room where there was a technician there. I didn't give it to Jakub Krasniqi, but whoever I might have given it at the general headquarters to anyone there, for us it was a normal thing because you didn't have time to meet whoever you wanted, Bislim Sirap, Jakub Krasniqi, Agim Cheko, because the war didn't give us this that time to enable us to wait to get a protocol, seal and stamp and so on. There was no protocol at all.
Yes. So you weren't reporting to Mr. Krasniqi, neither did you address any of your reports to Mr. Krasniqi personally, correct?
se kemi pas as detyrë.
It was not even our duty to report to him.
Kam pas detyrë.
It was not my duty to do that.
Yes, I have no other questions.
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
Faleminderit edhe për juve.
Yes, Mr. Emerson.
Your Honours, before Mr. Patch re-examines, I wonder if I could beg the Court's indulgence for a very short further series of questions arising out of an exhibit that Mr. Kehoe introduced afresh during the course of his cross-examination from the defence side, which I hadn't dealt with in the course of my cross-examination. It won't take very long at all. 5 minutes should do it, fine.
Go ahead.
Could we please call up on the 2 English language documents, on the left side of the screen P712 and on the right side of the screen 1D72. So could we just have the English on the left side of the screen, please? Pardon? Yes, and could we just reduce the size? That's the right document. We just reduce the size so that we can see to the bottom. That's it, perfect. And on the other side, could we also reduce the size a little so we can see the whole document? Very well, thank you. Ms. Halley, obviously, those are both English language documents, but you're familiar with your own organograms, you told us. So if I can just, I want to compare these two, and I either have to do it in English or Albanian. So I want to put some brackets around the time frames very briefly, if I may. We see that in chronological order, the plan on the left-hand side is described at the bottom as the period prior to the Rambouillet conference. Now, it has been obviously a matter of public record, but it is also agreed between the parties, and this is transcript for the 14th of July of this year, page 104 to 105, that the dates of the first session of Rambouillet were the 6th of February 99 until the 23rd of February, and then there was a break, and that the second phase was the 15th of March to the 23rd of March. So when you are describing here the period prior to the Rambouillet conference, you're talking about a period that ends on the 6th of February, is that correct? When the Rambouillet conference started. It's prior to that.
Exact.
That's correct.
The vertical column in the middle, we can see that underneath the General Commander, Azam Sula, and the Deputy Commander and the Chief of Staff, you are positioned, you've positioned yourself, I think, under Administration J1, Adim Grabowski and yourself. Now, you told us that you were in the General Staff from the beginning of January. Is that right?
Nëse s'keni harru, zot,
If you have not forgotten, Mr. Emerson, I pronounce your name correctly, by the way, you can't pronounce mine. From half December to the 5th of January, I was part of the general staff. And this is why I reflected my presence here. And I was in J1 when the chief was Adem Grabosi. He was absent. I don't know where he went. I stayed there until the 15th of January when the Brechak massacre started.
Time pressure, but that means that we're talking about a period from the back end of December to the middle of January that you put yourself there. So this is the end of December to the beginning of January. That's the snapshot we're looking at, correct? Must be because you're there, Mr. Halit.
po zotje,
Yes, Council, yes. However, the organigram does not determine dates, only phases. The phase prior to Rambouillet, from December or November, and the period after Rambouillet until the end of the war. So there are no specific dates.
Come to that, but since you're there on the organigram, it must be from the end of December to, must be you looking at a snapshot at the end of December, and you've told us the first half of January up to the Ratchak attack, correct? Otherwise you wouldn't be there. Right. You also told us, I think, that
kjo ishte qëndrimi im në shtab.
This was my time at the general staff. So the organigram covers from the period 1st of January until the start of Rambouillet. Then you have the second organigram.
from the 1st of January to the start of Rambouillet on the 6th of February. So it's a snapshot of January, correct? Because you just said.
Kështu do të ishte.
This is how it should have been from the 1st January 1998, but it was not like that. These people here are sometime in January 99.
Just a period of 1 month between the beginning of January and the 6th of February. That's what this is describing, correct?
Ashtu.
That's correct.
Now, you put your position there as J1, but that horizontal line with arrows going down, you're not suggesting you were in command of Kadri Vasili during that time, are you? Or that you and Mr. Vasili were in charge of, let us say, the finance unit. That's not the suggestion, is it?
Objection, Your Honor. These questions have been asked during other cross-examination when the witness explained his arrows very clearly.
Yes. Well, I'd like it, if I may, to compare the two documents, this one with the one.
Well, we're going quite long.
Well, I'm afraid I'm trying to go as quickly as I can.
The objection's overruled, but please don't repeat.
I'm certainly not going to repeat. You're not suggesting that that is a vertical line of command, are you?
These arrows explain only the connection between the J's, directorates or departments. I am here.
That in the light of what you're saying, the bottom 6 categories going up from J6 to J1 should be set out horizontally, not vertically.
I agree that they would be equal to one another if they were put horizontally, not vertically. But this was for practical reasons, so they would all fit on in a page, single page, to have the whole organigram.
Document that was introduced by Mr. Kehoe. This describes, we see at the bottom, the period of the Rambouillet conference. And we see, you've told us that Mr. Vasili wasn't present in the time of the first organogram, but you have him here still as intelligence and counterintelligence during this organogram period. And just to be clear, you say it's during the period of the Rambouillet conference. Again, are you suggesting it was during the first phase from the 6th to the 23rd, or the second phase from the 15th to the 23rd of March? When you say during the Rambouillet conference, when during that period is this supposed to represent the position?
Zoti avukate.
This organigram was from the start of Rambouillet until the 12th of June. Nobody demoted or dismissed Mr. Veseli. His name remained there because he was not replaced by anyone else. Do you understand this? I don't. You're really splitting hairs here.
You've described it as the period of the Rambouillet conference, which ran from the 6th of February to the 23rd of March. Now, I'm asking you, when, during that period, does this purport to describe the arrangements? Or are you saying that's just the wrong title for the organogram? You see, we've got Ajim Cheku as Chief of Staff, and we've got Suleiman Salimi, bear with me, Suleiman Salimi as the General Commander, and we can see at the very top, Azam Sula's already left and become the Minister of Defence. So at what period during the Rambouillet time bracket did that relate to?
I have explained this very clearly, and it's very clear to you, but you only know what you're asking for exactly. Nobody ever dismissed.
Mr. Emerson, we're running out of time. We have some other things to
Yes,
do.
I appreciate-
State your case to him.
Well, I will do.
In forthright terms, state your case to him so he knows what
Well,
you're
I'm
talking
going
about.
to suggest to you that this is a document that was drawn up during that process, because as we see from ID 70, which was the last thing which has been pulled up, if we may, ID 70, that it was just the, yeah, won't take a second, and then I'll sit down. ID 70, the document you've looked at 2 or 3 times, we just see the English translation, you could be reading the first line in the Albanian, the first and second line. You will see there that that was based on an agreement that had been reached between the 3 political entities at Rambouillet on the 23rd of February. In other words, the last period, the last day of the first period of Rambouillet before the break. So, and if we look down the list, you can see by that stage, Adem Gravotsky is the Minister of Finance, and no longer, as he was on your organogram, administration within the General Staff. We can see Mr. Vasily is a Minister of Intelligence, and Azam Sula is the Ministry of Defence. So, what you've done in that second organogram, I suggest, is to mix up appointments that had already been made on the 23rd of February with a situation where you didn't know exactly what was going on, and so you've continued the previous organogram, because it's quite clear from the list here, compared with, which was drawn up based on an agreement on the 23rd of February during the Rambouillet period, that the second organogram is just a hodgepodge, isn't it? It's just a mixture of bits of information remembered backwards without the relevant documents.
Please ask him if he agrees with you, and then that will be the end of the session.
Do you agree?
do të përgjigjem.
I will answer. It is confused in your mind, but not in the organigram. No one dismissed them. Why did I remove myself from the first organigram where I was with Adem Grabowski? Because I changed my position. They, instead, were not dismissed by anyone, by any decision. Ask Kadri Veseli or any one of them present who are in this list, ask them to show any decision by which they were dismissed from their functions. So, given that there were no dismissal decision, they might have exercised both roles simultaneously because nobody else was there to replace them. I can't help you more than this.
Direct.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness. I'd like to show a document you were shown during cross-examination. Court officer, it's 1D00071 and 1D00071ET. I can provide the ERN if necessary. And witness, if you look at the document on the left of your screen in Albanian, do you see at the top of the document that it says, the General Staff at its meeting of 5 January 1999 issued the following orders in capital? We can scroll back up, court officer, please, on the Albanian at the very top. Do you see that, witness, just above the...
Yes. Yes.
Today, and that's page 58 of the real-time transcript, you stated as follows. There was no meeting held on 5th January in the General Staff. I was present there. Maybe the meeting took place somewhere else without my knowledge. It was not necessary that I knew everything. It might have been held, but I have no information that such meeting was held. And witness, 2 pages later, page 60, you recalled stating in relation to this document that this was the way Drini acted at the time. And now I'd like you to focus on points 1 to 3 in the document in front of you. Could you look at those, witness? And meanwhile, I will read only the third point. Property and motor vehicles pursuant to numbers 1 and 2 of this order may be taken over for use upon a decision by the General Staff or decision of the command of the ZOP. And now, court officer, I'd like to show another document. It's from a presentation queue that was released about 10 minutes ago. I don't think the notification went through, but you can see it in legal workflow as released. Should that not work, we have hard copies of the documents. And this is
It's a new document.
SP.
Is this a new document that the prosecution is coming up with?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a document in relation to the cross-examination, and it arises therefrom, and we are using it now.
You're not, this is not permitted, Your Honor. I mean, they're allowed to come up with new documents now, and we haven't even had the opportunity. We'll ask for, a continuance until we look at the document.
Your Honor, there is certainly nothing not allowing this procedure, and the counsel can ask questions about the document if he deems that necessary. And for the court officer, the document I'm referring to is SPOE 00227677 to SPOE 00227682. The English translation is the same with ET, and I'd like to turn to the page ending in 678, please.
Excuse me, Judge, I can't.
Your Honor, I believe counsel for Mr. Thaçi has been overruled, and we have matters to get to.
Excuse me, counsel, I didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. I can't even pull this document up. And if they're going to question on this, then let me have the opportunity to take a look at what this document is. This was not on their queue. Every time we don't have a document on the queue, SPO complains about it. Now here there's a document they released, momentarily, and we're supposed to just turn on a dime and do what they want to do because they want to do it right now.
Your Honor, you have ruled already.
I have ruled on it. He may use the document. This is redirect, and the document is in his queue. I think it now, is it not? Right.
Yes, Your Honor. It's in a queue we just released in reaction to the cross-examination. Witness,
ahead.
I apologize for that, but you can now see two documents. The left one is in Albanian. Have you seen this document before?
Edhe pak gritë më në këtë shoh.
Can I see the bottom of the document, please? Now, you're showing a different document. We were talking about another one before, and this one is different.
Now, if we can go back up to the top of the document, court officer. Witness, I take it you haven't seen this document, and I ask if you see the date written on it, 5th of January 1999. Do you see that?
No, I haven't seen it.
E shoh.
I see it. I want to talk about the document that was shown earlier. I don't know if this was processed and protocoled. I said this document it is signed by Süleyman Kolçaklı, referring to the previous document.
Document in front of you and answer my questions only. You said you see the 5th January 99 date. Do you recall that this is the same date referred to in the document we looked at just before as that of the General Staff meeting? Do you recall that?
Datat janë të njëjta.
The dates are the same. The content is not.
And do you see on the document in front of you now that it refers to a meeting of the General Staff of the KLA and there's reference to Divyak? Do you see that?
Po, shif.
Yes, it's visible.
Please scroll down and we can look at point number 4 together, Mr. Witness. Do you see it states, quote, ordering the mobilization of vehicles, and in brackets we have jeeps, trucks, excavators, all the vehicles that the Army needs. And that's the closing of the brackets. Witness, do you have any knowledge about that?
Po. Nuk kam njohuri.
I don't have any knowledge. I object today, and I would have objected at the time. Who would have given the authority to Durini to speak on behalf and in the name of the General Staff and with the signature of Süleyman Kolçaklı to collect jeeps, material, equipment, tractors from the people. So this was an attempt on their side.
To the same mentioned, right?
Po.
Correct.
Court officer, and that is SPOE 00226468.
And this is the same objection, Judge. We haven't seen this document. It's not on the queue. If there's a change in the rules in that, we'll adapt accordingly, but we haven't seen this document.
Sorry, court officer. Like I said, SPOE 00226468 until 6480. The English is the same, and let's please have the first page of each. Witness, on the left of your screen, there's a handwritten document in Albanian. Have you seen it before?
Jo, se kom pa.
No, I haven't.
E ka datën 5.
It bears the date of the 1st of January 99.
5th of January, sorry, did you say 1st of January? I see 5th of January 99 on the top left corner.
Yes, janar.
5th of January.
And that is the same date as the document we looked at earlier, signed by Kolçaklı on behalf of Drini, the document, the date it refers to as the General Staff meeting, right?
Judge, if he's going to lead, please.
Për njëjtën
Excuse me.
mbledhje flitet.
Excuse me.
It's about the same meeting.
You know, he's giving his documents we've never seen before, and now he wants to testify about them as well.
Your Honor, there's
Just ask
nothing
the
leading
questions.
about
You don't need
it.
to lead them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Witness, do you recall the date of the General Staff meeting referred to in the Kolçaklı and Drini document we saw earlier?
Unë nuk kam pas një.
I did not have any knowledge. I did not attend that meeting. I was at the General Staff. Had this occurred, I would have seen it and I would have been aware. I would have known about it.
On the document on your screen now, do you see that it states taking decisions on the operation of premises and vehicles, and in brackets, trucks, diggers, jeeps, etc.? And now, witness, do you recall whether this is similar to the content in the item shown to you earlier, the item that was signed by Kolchaku on behalf of Gini?
E njëjtë është me material.
It's same as the previous material we saw and talked about. I don't know if that was processed, but I'm surprised that lawyers, defense counsels are saying that they haven't seen it, because that same material was discussed today. I object to the part relating to the equipment and vehicles. I don't know where they would have taken them to. Maybe they just wanted to enrich themselves, taking advantage of the war. I'm not aware of this document, as I was not aware at the time.
64 P164ET, and that is on the original presentation queue. The ERN is U002-2800 to U002-2822. And for those in the courtroom, I'm going to be referring to yesterday's transcript from page 10196 to 10197. Witness, in relation to the document on your screen now, yesterday you stated this is not your document, it's not from the pasture cooperative zone, you did not see it during the war, and that it's never been valid. Do you recall stating that?
Kështu e kom thonën.
This is how I said it. This document was found in the KPC archives after the war in prison. It was not known to me, and nor had it any value.
Please take these down and instead put up P707.3ET alongside P707.3AT. And that's going to be page 9 in the English and 11 in the Albanian. So witness, as this is called up, this is an excerpt from your 2020 SPO interview where you discussed that document that we just looked at and that you were cross-examined about. And I'm going to start reading in the English from page 9, line 21, in Albanian, page 11, line 8. And you refer to this document, and you're asked, do you remember receiving this publication, these guidelines on the special warfare? Answer, give me just a little time, let me have a look. Question, yes. Answer, I don't know whether I've written it, or I don't know where it came from, I don't remember. Just a moment. Question, no problem. Answer, yeah, what is written here, it could have been given, it could have been me writing it. Probably I might have, but I don't know. I have nothing against this. I have the same opinion today because the Serbians have set up their state on the basis of and lies. And in their propaganda, they've thrown so much mud at us. Do you recall stating that, witness?
Perhaps I said it so, but the document goes far beyond this. It's an extreme document with ideological connotations. I didn't know that document before, hadn't seen it before, until the moment you showed it to me. It was then established that it came from the subzone of LAP. This is what the document indicates.
To the judges why in 2020, when you were shown this document, you said that it could have been you who wrote it, you have nothing against it, and it's your opinion today. But during cross-examination and just now, you seem to be trying to distance yourself from the contents of this document. Could you explain why to the judges?
The topic about morale and politics made me think that I could have been the author. then it was established. I don't know why we have to cast doubts on that, because it says clearly it's the subzone of LAP. I believe I explained this. This is not my document. I did not have it in my hands during the war at all. It was found in the archives of the KPC in Prizren. It's authored by the LKCK. If you read the entire document, you would read that this was an organization prior to the war, National Movement for the Liberation of Kosovo. I'm not distancing myself, it's just the reality.
We have to leave at precisely 4 because some court personnel have to be somewhere else. So can you finish in 1 minute?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to do my very best.
Your Honor, my read. There is no break. Oh, after the break.
2 weeks.
That's
break.
fine.
Your Honor, my understanding that the witness will be held over. We're not going to try to finish today or tomorrow, if that's possible at all.
Yes.
In that case, Your Honor, I will wait until after the break. Thank you.
I'm sorry about the break. I thought we were going to be finished well ahead of time, but it can't be helped. Somebody has to leave the facility by 4. So there's a proposed order P68 on P682. The panel notes a correction needs to be made. With respect to P682, the ERNs admitted under this exhibit on 7 November 2023 were incorrect. The transcript references P9516 at lines 12 to 15. Pages SITF 000555872 and SITF 0055873 should have been admitted and not SITF 0005783 and SITF 0005577. Do you wish to comment on this, Mr. Prosecutor?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the panel therefore corrects the record, that is P682, to include pages SITF 0005582 and SITF 0055873, and not the pages indicated on 7 November. That concludes the oral order, and we will be adjourned until the 4th of December at 9 a.m. But first, witness, we excuse you today. You will have to come back on December 4th, but we will have you out of here that day. Understood? Thank you.
Thank you.
With us.
Your
And
Honor,
you can leave.
Your Honor, I have a document to be tendered.
We'll do that when we
After
come back after the break.
Certainly, thank you.
Your Honor, before the witness leaves, could you kindly remind him of his duty not to discuss testimony with anyone?
I think he knows that now. We're adjourned.
All rise.